to sleepy facts with Justin. Tonight, we are going to drift together into one of the most extraordinary worlds that has ever existed on this earth. A world that is always around us, always moving, always breathing, and yet almost entirely invisible to us as we go about our days. Tonight, we are going to explore the secret life of insects. Close your eyes if you would like to. You do not need to follow every word. You do not need to remember anything. You are simply here to rest and to let the soft sounds of this world carry you gently into sleep. Somewhere outside, right now, in the quiet dark beyond your window, there are insects going about their ancient lives. A moth is drifting in slow circles near a porch light. Its dusty wings catching the pale glow for just a moment before it floats away again into the darkness. A cricket is sitting in the cool grass, drawing its wings together in a slow and patient rhythm, sending its song out into the night air without knowing or caring who might be listening. And deep beneath the surface of the soil, in tunnels no wider than a pencil, something small and tireless is moving through the dark, tending to its world with a kind of calm and purposeful devotion that most of us will never fully understand. This is the world we are entering tonight. A world of extraordinary smallness and extraordinary wonder. Insects are the most successful animals that have ever lived on this planet. They have been here for nearly 400 million years, long before the first dinosaurs set foot on the earth, before the first flower bloomed, before the first fish learned to breathe air and drag itself onto land. Insects were already here. They had already learned to fly. They had already learned to build. They had already learned to live together in great humming communities and to live alone in perfect, quiet solitude. Today, there are more species of insect on this earth than there are species of every other animal combined. Scientists have described and named nearly 1 million different species of insect, and many researchers believe that the true number is far higher than that. Perhaps as many as 10 million species in total, most of them still unknown, still living their quiet lives in rainforests and deserts. deep beneath the ocean of grass we call the soil, and the number of individual insects alive at this very moment is something almost too vast to hold in the mind. Some estimates suggest that for every single human being on Earth, there are somewhere around 1.5 billion insects, not 1.5 billion in total. 1.5 billion for each one of us. Just let that settle for a moment, softly, without any need to hold on to it. And yet, for all their overwhelming abundance, insects live lives that are almost entirely hidden from us. They move through a world scaled down to the space between blades of grass, the underside of a leaf, the hollow space inside a fallen log. They experience time differently to us. They experience light differently. They experience touch and sound and smell in ways that our own senses cannot easily imagine. To understand an insect is to step sideways out of the human world entirely and into something ancient and endlessly patient. That is what tonight is for. Not to study, not to memorize, simply to drift alongside these tiny, extraordinary creatures for a little while and let their world become a kind of dream over the next several hours. We will wander gently through the hidden corners of insect life. We will visit the great underground cities of the ants, where millions of workers move in perfect, wordless coordination through tunnels they have carved themselves. We will follow a single monarch butterfly as it begins one of the longest and most astonishing migrations in the natural world, navigating by the sun and by the Earth's own magnetic field, crossing whole continents on wings no thicker than a single sheet of paper. We will sit beside a quiet pond in the early evening and watch water walkers skim across the surface as if gravity were merely a suggestion. We will listen to the nighttime chorus of the crickets and the katydids, and we will understand in a deep and restful way why that sound has always felt so instinctively like peace. We will learn about bees that dance, about beetles that glow, about moths that navigate by moonlight, about caterpillars that dissolve entirely inside their cocoons before rebuilding themselves, cell by cell into something winged and beautifully new. Every one of these things is real. Every one of these things is happening right now, somewhere on this earth, while you rest. There is no need to stay awake for any of it. In fact, one of the most beautiful things about this world we are entering is that it will still be here, still humming and glowing and building and flying. Whether you are awake or asleep, the insects do not need you to watch them. They have been going about their extraordinary lives for 400 million years without an audience. They are not performing. They are simply living. And so, as you settle in and feel the weight of your body ease into the place where you are resting, know that you are in good company. All around you, in the soil, in the trees, in the air itself, 1 billion quiet lives are unfolding. A bee has tucked itself into the heart of a flower and gone still. A firefly has folded its wings and rested on a blade of grass, its light fading to a soft and steady pulse. The world outside is growing quieter and softer and darker, and you are here, exactly where you need to be. Let your breath slow. Let the sounds around you soften, and come with us, gently and without hurry, into the secret life of insects. Let yourself settle a little deeper now. There is nothing you need to do. Know where you need to be. The night is quiet, and we are going to spend a little time together in one of the most remarkable worlds this planet has ever produced. A world so vast, so ancient, and so endlessly varied that even the scientists who have dedicated their entire lives to studying it will openly admit they have only just begun to understand it. We are talking about the world of insects. And the first thing to understand about insects, the very first thing, is the sheer, almost incomprehensible scale of their existence. Right now, at this precise moment, as you lie still and breathe slowly, and let the weight of the day begin to lift from your body, there are an estimated 10 quintillion individual insects alive on this earth. 10 quintillion. That is a 10 followed by 18 zeros. It is a number so large that it resists any ordinary attempt at understanding. But let us try gently to feel the edges of it. If you were to count to 10 quintillion, one number per second, without stopping, without sleeping, without pausing for a single breath, it would take you more than 300 million years. The dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago. You would still have a very long way to go. Another way to think about it: for every single human being alive on this earth today, there are estimated to be more than 200 million insects, not 200 million insects in total. 200 million for each one of us. Every man, woman, and child on earth has their own invisible, unknowing, perpetually busy company of 200 million tiny creatures going about their lives alongside them. Just breathe with that for a moment. Let it be a soft and wonderful thing rather than an overwhelming one, because that is exactly what it is. The insects are not here because of us. They were here long, long before us, and their sheer abundance is not chaos. It is the deep, ancient order of a world that has had hundreds of millions of years to find its balance. Now, let us think about variety, because the scale of insect life is not just about numbers. It is about the extraordinary, breathtaking diversity of forms that those numbers represent. Scientists have so far formally described and named approximately 1 million species of insect, 1 million distinct kinds of creature, each with its own body plan, its own life cycle, its own way of moving through the world. 1 million species of insect that we have found, examined, catalogued, and given a name to. And yet, researchers believe that this represents only a fraction of the true total. Current estimates suggest that there may be as many as 5.5 million insect species on this earth, which means that for every insect we know about, there are roughly 4 more that remain completely unknown to science, living their quiet lives in the forest canopy or deep in the soil or in the flowing waters of streams that no human has ever visited, entirely undiscovered, entirely unnamed. Think about that as you rest somewhere right now in a forest that has never been mapped. An insect is going about its life that no human being has has ever seen. It has its own shape, its own color, its own way of finding food and shelter. It may have been living in that forest, generation after generation, for millions of years, and it does not know, and does not need to know, that we have not yet found it. There is something deeply peaceful about that thought. The 1,000,000 species we do know about belong to a remarkable array of groups. The beetles alone account for nearly 400,000 described species, which famously led the biologist JBS Haldane to remark, when asked what one could deduce about the nature of God from a study of the natural world, that God appeared to have an inordinate fondness for beetles. And he was not wrong. Beetles come in every size, every shape, every color imaginable. There are beetles no larger than a grain of sand, and beetles as long as your hand. There are beetles that glow in the dark, beetles that can carry more than 1,000 times their own body weight, and beetles that have been living inside dry wood for so long and so quietly that they have entirely lost their eyes. After the beetles come the flies, with more than 150,000 known species. Then the ants and bees and wasps, with more than 100,000. Then the butterflies and moths. Then the grasshoppers and crickets. Then the dragonflies, the lacewings, the stick insects, the mantids, the cockroaches, the earwigs, the silverfish. On and on and on. A river of life so wide and so deep that a single human lifetime would not be enough to visit every tributary. And yet, for all this extraordinary diversity, every one of these creatures shares the same basic body plan. Every insect on Earth, from the tiniest springtail to the longest stick insect, is built on the same ancient, elegant design. 3 body segments: the head, the thorax, and the abdomen. 6 legs, always 6, attached to the thorax. And in most species, somewhere in their life, a pair of wings. The insect body plan is one of the most successful architectural designs in the history of life on this planet, and it has remained essentially unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. Because insects are old older than you can easily imagine. The best scientific estimates suggest that insects first appeared on this earth approximately 480 million years ago, at roughly the same time as the first land plants were beginning to put down roots in the bare rock and soil of the ancient continents. Insects and land plants appeared together, almost as if the world were preparing two complementary gifts at once, each one shaped to need the other. By 400 million years ago, insects had already developed wings, making them the first animals in the history of life on Earth to achieve powered flight. The dinosaurs would not appear for another 170 million years. The first mammals were still 250 million years in the future. But insects were already in the air, already exploring a three-dimensional world, already developing the extraordinary range of strategies for survival and reproduction that we are going to spend tonight gently exploring together. They survived the great extinction event at the end of the Permian period, 252 million years ago, when more than 90% of all species on Earth were wiped out. They survived the extinction of the dinosaurs. They survived ice ages, volcanic eruptions, the slow drift of continents, the rise and fall of whole mountain ranges. They are, in every meaningful sense of the word, survivors. And they are everywhere. Insects have colonized almost every habitat on Earth. They live in the frozen soil of Antarctica, in the boiling thermal springs of volcanic regions, in the deepest caves, in the highest mountains, in the driest deserts, and the wettest rainforests. There are insects that spend their entire larval lives underwater. There are insects that live inside the bodies of other insects. There are insects that have adapted to feed on things so specialized, the feathers of birds, the wax inside beehives, the dried pages of very old books, that it is difficult to imagine how they ever developed such a taste. The biomass of insects, that is to say, the total weight of all the insects alive on Earth at any given time, is estimated to be vastly greater than the total weight of all the humans on Earth if you gathered every insect alive today and placed them on one side of a scale, and placed every human being on the other, the insects would be far heavier. Some researchers estimate that insects account for more of the Earth's total animal biomass than any other group of land animals. They are not just numerous. They are the dominant form of animal life on this planet, measured in almost any way you choose to measure it. And yet, so much of insect life happens in a register that we can barely perceive. The six-legged world moves at a different scale, in different spaces, on different timelines to our own. A mayfly lives its entire adult life in a single day, emerging from the water where it has spent months or years as a larva, flying, mating, laying its eggs, and dying before the sun has set twice. A queen termite at the other extreme can live for decades, spending her entire life deep inside a mound of baked earth, surrounded by millions of her offspring, never seeing daylight. Between those two extremes lies a world of extraordinary variation in how insects experience time. Some species complete their entire life cycle in a matter of weeks. Others spend years underground as larvae before emerging for a single brief season of adult life. The periodical cicadas of North America spend either 13 or 17 years underground as nymphs, feeding on the roots of trees in patient, unhurried darkness, before erupting to the surface in vast, singing clouds that fill the air for just a few weeks before dying and leaving the ground below full of their eggs, ready to begin the long wait again. 13 years, 17 years, underground, patient, still. There is something in that image that feels almost like a meditation. As you rest here tonight, somewhere in the dark soil of a forest in the eastern part of North America, there are cicada nymphs going about their slow, quiet lives, exactly as they have done for countless generations, utterly indifferent to the world above them. They are not waiting exactly in the way that we understand waiting. They are simply being in the dark, in the quiet, with all the patience that 480 million years of survival has taught their kind, and there is something in that, something in the deep, unhurried pace of insect time that feels like an invitation to rest, to slow down, to let the busy, complicated machinery of the human day grow quiet for a while, and simply be here in the dark, breathing slowly, like a cicada nymph deep in the earth. You do not have to understand everything tonight. You do not have to stay awake for any of it. The insects will carry on with or without your attention, as they always have. They have been doing so for nearly 500 million years. They are very good at it. So let your body grow heavy. Let your breath find its own slow rhythm. And know that the world outside right now is full of the quiet, extraordinary hum of insect life, going on and on and on in the dark, just as it always has. Let your breath slow a little more now. Feel the weight of your body, heavy and still, resting exactly where it is. There is nothing to reach for, nothing to figure out. We are simply going to spend a little time together, thinking about one of the most extraordinary things that happens anywhere in the natural world, a process so strange, so beautiful, and so quietly miraculous that even the scientists who study it most closely describe it with a kind of soft and reverent wonder. We are going to think about transformation, about what it means to become something entirely new. In the insect world, this process has a name. It is called metamorphosis, and it is, without question, one of the most remarkable phenomena in the entire history of life on this planet. Most of us have some sense of what metamorphosis means. We know that a caterpillar becomes a butterfly. We know that something goes into a cocoon and something different comes out. We carry this idea with us from childhood as a kind of gentle metaphor for change and renewal. But the reality of what actually happens inside that cocoon, the precise, biological, almost unimaginable truth of it, is far more astonishing than the metaphor suggests. To understand it fully, we need to start at the beginning, with the egg. A female butterfly, having mated, will spend a great deal of time and care selecting exactly the right leaf on exactly the right plant on which to lay her eggs. She is not choosing at random. She is using chemoreceptors on her feet. Yes, insects can taste with their feet to identify the precise species of plant that her caterpillars will need to eat when they hatch. Different species of butterfly are often tied to a single species of plant. The monarch butterfly, for example, lays her eggs only on milkweed. The caterpillar that hatches will eat milkweed, and only milkweed, for the entirety of its larval life. The egg is laid with extraordinary precision, often on the underside of a leaf, where it will be sheltered from rain and from the eyes of predators. And then the female moves on inside that tiny egg, smaller than a pinhead. A world is assembling itself. Within days, a caterpillar begins to take shape. It eats its way out of the egg, often consuming the shell itself as its very first meal. And then it begins to do the one thing it was built to do. It eats. A monarch caterpillar, hatching from an egg no larger than a grain of sand, will grow to nearly 2 inches long in the space of a few weeks, increasing its body mass by approximately 3,000 times to fuel this extraordinary growth. It eats almost constantly, pausing only to rest and to shed its skin as it outgrows it. A process called molting, which the caterpillar does 4 or 5 times during its larval life, each time emerging slightly larger, slightly further along the road toward what it will become, and all the while it eats and grows. Something else is happening inside the caterpillar's body. Something quiet and preparatory. Tucked inside the soft tissue of the larva are small clusters of cells called imaginal discs. They have been there since the caterpillar hatched. They are not doing very much yet, but they are waiting. And they know, in the wordless way that biology knows things, exactly what they will be called upon to do when the caterpillar has grown large enough. Something shifts. A cascade of hormones moves through the larva's body like a slow tide, and the caterpillar stops eating. It finds a safe place, a stem, a branch, the underside of a leaf, and it attaches itself, and it becomes very still, and then the chrysalis forms. Now, here is where the truth becomes stranger and more beautiful than almost anything the imagination could invent. Inside the chrysalis, the caterpillar does not simply rearrange itself into a butterfly, the way you might rearrange furniture in a room. What actually happens is far more radical than that. The caterpillar's body, its muscles, its organs, much of its tissue breaks down. It dissolves. It becomes, quite literally, a kind of living soup, a rich, cellular broth of raw biological material, suspended inside the hardening shell of the chrysalis, waiting to be rebuilt into something entirely new. The imaginal discs, those quiet clusters of waiting cells, do not dissolve. They survive the breakdown. And in the warm darkness of the chrysalis, they begin to grow. They divide and differentiate and reach toward one another, building wings and legs and antennae and the 1,000 intricate structures of the adult butterfly. From the dissolved remains of the caterpillar that was, it takes, depending on the species and the season, anywhere from a week to several months. During this time, the chrysalis appears entirely still from the outside. There is no visible movement, no sound, just a small, jeweled capsule hanging in the air, doing nothing that the naked eye can detect. But inside, an entire body is being made from almost nothing when the butterfly finally emerges, pushing its way out of the chrysalis with slow, effortful movements, its wings crumpled and wet. It will spend an hour or more simply hanging still, pumping fluid from its body into the delicate network of veins that runs through its wings, waiting for them to expand and dry and harden into the instruments of flight. And then, when everything is ready, it will lift away into the air for the first time, on wings it has never used, navigating a world it has technically never seen before, and yet somehow knows how to move through. There is a question that scientists have puzzled over for many years and have only recently begun to answer in a tentative and fascinating way. Does the butterfly remember anything of its life as a caterpillar? The answer appears to be perhaps a little. Experiments have shown that certain conditioned responses, aversions to particular smells, for example, learned by the caterpillar can sometimes persist in the adult butterfly, even after the near total dissolution of the larval body. The memory, if it is a memory, is not stored in a brain that survived the transformation. It seems instead to be encoded at a deeper level in the imaginal discs themselves, or in some other cellular structure that persists through the breakdown. What this might feel like from the inside of the chrysalis, if it feels like anything at all, is impossible to say. We tend to imagine the caterpillar as passive, unaware, simply subject to biological forces it does not understand, and that is probably closer to the truth. But the possibility that something, some faint trace, some whisper of experience survives the dissolution and is carried forward into the new body is one of those ideas that is very difficult to leave alone. Now, complete metamorphosis of the kind we have just described, egg, larva, pupa, adult, is the most dramatic version of insect transformation, and it is also the most common. Roughly 90% of all insect species undergo complete metamorphosis. Beetles, flies, bees, wasps, moths, butterflies, all of them pass through a pupal stage in which their bodies are fundamentally rebuilt. But there is another kind of metamorphosis, quieter and less dramatic, that the remaining 10% of insect species undergo. It is called incomplete metamorphosis or hemimetabolism, and it works quite differently. In incomplete metamorphosis, there is no pupal stage. The insect hatches from its egg not as a larva that looks nothing like the adult it will become, but as a nymph, a small, wingless version of its future self. The nymph eats and grows and sheds its skin repeatedly, and with each molt it looks a little more like an adult insect. Its wing buds grow a little larger. Its body lengthens and develops, and finally, after its last molt, it emerges as a fully winged, fully formed adult, having never passed through a stage of dissolution and rebuilding. It simply grew steadily and incrementally into what it was always going to be. Grasshoppers undergo incomplete metamorphosis. so do crickets and dragonflies and cockroaches and the graceful, ancient-looking praying mantis. If you have ever watched a young grasshopper in a summer meadow, small and wingless, moving through the grass in short, precise hops, you have seen an insect in the nymph stage, quietly working its way toward adulthood one molt at a time. There is something deeply restful about that image. A small creature in the long grass, going about its patient, unhurried business, not yet what it will become, but entirely at ease with the process of becoming, not rushing, not anxious, simply moving through the stages of its life as they come, one at a time, in the warm air of a summer day. Both types of metamorphosis, complete and incomplete, are ancient strategies, refined over hundreds of millions of years, each one a solution to the fundamental challenge of growing up in a complicated and demanding world. The caterpillar and the butterfly can occupy entirely different ecological niches, eating different foods, moving through different spaces, without competing with each other for resources, because they are, in a meaningful sense, two different animals sharing a single life. The nymph and the adult grasshopper are more similar to each other, following a gentler arc of growth that keeps them in the same world throughout their lives. Neither strategy is better than the other. They are simply different answers to the same ancient question. How do you grow in a world that is always changing? As you lie still and let your body grow heavy, think for a moment about the chrysalis, about that quiet, jeweled shell hanging motionless in the dark, with its invisible world of dissolution and rebuilding happening inside. Think about the imaginal discs, patient and waiting, carrying within them the blueprint of something the caterpillar has never been and can never see. Think about how much of what is most extraordinary in the world happens in silence, in stillness, in the dark, while everything on the surface appears to be doing nothing at all. The chrysalis does not try. It does not will itself to transform. It simply creates the conditions for transformation to happen, and then it rests and trusts the process. There is an invitation in that, if you would like to take it. Let your body be still Let your mind grow soft. Let whatever needs to settle, settle. And know that in the quiet of the night, while you rest, the world outside is full of small, patient, extraordinary things going about the slow and beautiful business of becoming. Let yourself settle a little deeper into the quiet now. There is a particular kind of peace that comes from thinking about craftsmanship, about things made slowly, carefully, and with great purpose, about the satisfaction of a thing that fits together perfectly, that serves its function with elegance and precision, that has been refined through long experience into something that could not easily be improved upon. Tonight, in this section of our journey, we are going to think about one of the most extraordinary examples of natural architecture in the world. A structure built without blueprints, without rulers, without any kind of conscious planning as we understand it, and yet so perfectly designed that mathematicians and engineers have spent centuries studying it and finding new reasons to admire it. We are going to think about the beehive. Imagine for a moment that you are very small, small enough to walk through a forest of tall grass as though it were a stand of trees, small enough to fit through the narrow entrance of a hollow tree trunk, ducking slightly as you pass from the warm evening air into the cool, fragrant, humming darkness inside. And as your eyes adjust to the dimness, you begin to see it hanging from the inner walls of the hollow, covering almost every surface, is a vast, golden, intricate structure made entirely of wax. Thousands upon thousands of perfect six-sided cells, each one pressed flush against its neighbors, each one precisely the same depth and angle as every other, assembled by creatures with no hands and no measuring tools, in the dark, working by touch alone. This is the honeycomb, and it is, in its quiet way, one of the great wonders of the natural world. The hexagonal shape of the honeycomb cell is not accidental. It is, in fact, the most mathematically efficient shape for packing the maximum number of containers into a given space using the minimum amount of material. A circle would leave gaps between cells. A square or triangle would use more material for the same volume. the hexagon fits together perfectly, edge to edge, with no wasted space and no wasted wax, and provides the greatest possible storage capacity for the least possible building effort. Mathematicians call this the honeycomb conjecture, and for centuries it was simply assumed to be true. It was not formally proved until the year 1999, when a mathematician named Thomas Hales published a proof demonstrating what the bees had known all along. The bees did not arrive at this solution by reasoning through it. They arrived at it through millions of years of natural selection, each generation building slightly more efficiently than the last, until the hexagonal cell became so deeply encoded in the biology of the honeybee that it now emerges automatically and precisely wherever a colony decides to build. The wax itself is produced inside the bodies of the worker bees. On the underside of the worker's abdomen, there are 8 small glands that secrete liquid wax, which hardens on contact with air into thin, pale scales, each one no larger than a grain of rice. A worker bee will reach back with her legs, collect these wax scales from her own body, pass them forward to her mouth parts, and chew them, softening them, warming them, mixing them with secretions from her glands, until they become a pliable, workable substance that can be shaped and pressed and smoothed into the walls and floors and ceilings of the hive to produce 1 kilogram of beeswax. A colony of bees must consume somewhere between 6 and 8 kilograms of honey. It is metabolically expensive work, and yet a thriving colony will produce many kilograms of wax comb in a single season, building and rebuilding and expanding their home as the colony grows, filling new cells with honey and pollen and eggs, capping completed honey stores with a thin layer of wax to seal them against moisture and time. The interior of the hive is divided into distinct regions, each serving a different purpose, and the bees maintain these divisions with a quiet, consistent order. The upper parts of the comb are used for storing honey, the colony's winter food supply, gathered and concentrated through the long months of summer, sealed under wax caps, and kept at a precise temperature and humidity to prevent spoiling. Below the honey stores, the bees keep their pollen pressed into cells and mixed with nectar to create a dense, protein-rich food they sometimes call bee bread, which is used to nourish the growing larvae. And in the lower and central regions of the comb, in cells that are slightly different in size and construction, the queen lays her eggs. The queen. Let us rest here for a moment, because the queen of a honeybee colony is a creature worth taking a little time with. A honeybee colony typically contains 3 kinds of individual: the queen, the workers, and the drones. There is usually only one queen in a colony at any given time, and she is the only bee in the hive whose body is fully developed for reproduction. Her abdomen is longer than those of the other bees. She moves through the hive with a kind of unhurried authority, surrounded at all times by a small retinue of worker bees who groom her and feed her and carry away her waste, her primary function, and she does it with remarkable dedication, is to lay eggs. A healthy queen can lay as many as 2,000 eggs in a single day, each one deposited into a waiting cell with extraordinary precision, the queen pausing for just a moment over each empty cell, curling her abdomen downward, and then moving on to the next. She may live for several years. During all that time, she will almost never leave the hive. The world outside, the flowers, the sunlight, the open air, is the domain of the workers, not the queen. She stays inside, in the warm and fragrant dark, doing the single thing she was built to do. The worker bees are all female, and they make up the vast majority of the colony. A thriving hive might contain 50,000 workers or more at the height of summer, but the workers do not spend their entire lives doing the same job. Instead, a worker bee moves through a series of different roles as she ages, each one matched to the physical development of her body and the needs of the colony at any given moment. A newly hatched worker spends her first days cleaning cells, removing the debris from recently vacated brood cells, and preparing them for reuse. Then she moves into the role of nurse bee, feeding larvae with a substance called royal jelly, which her body produces from glands in her head. After that, she may spend time as a wax builder, helping to construct and repair the comb. Then a guard, standing at the entrance of the hive and using scent to distinguish colony members from intruders. And finally, when she is old enough, she becomes a forager, venturing out into the world for the first time, flying up to several kilometers from the hive in search of nectar and pollen and water, and then returning to deposit what she has gathered. The lifespan of a worker bee in summer is only about 6 weeks. She works without pause for every one of them. And when she dies, often in the field, her wings worn and fraying from thousands of flights, she is simply replaced by the next generation, already growing in the cells below. Now, when a forager bee discovers a rich source of food, she needs to communicate its location to the other bees in the hive. And this is where honeybee life enters the realm of the genuinely extraordinary. She dances on returning to the hive. The forager moves to a section of the vertical comb surface and performs a sequence of movements that her hive mates gather around and follow with intense attention. If the food source is close, within roughly 90 meters of the hive, she performs a simple circular dance, moving in tight loops that signal only that food is nearby. But if the source is further away, she performs what is called the waggle dance, a figure-of-8 movement with a straight central run, during which she vibrates her body from side to side, buzzing her wings for a duration precisely calibrated to the distance to the food. The direction of the straight waggle run relative to the vertical surface of the comb encodes the direction of the food source relative to the position of the sun. The duration of the run encodes the distance, the vigor and enthusiasm of the dance, communicates the quality of the source. And the watching bees, following the dancer with their antennae, reading the vibrations through the comb beneath their feet and the air around their bodies, extract all of this information and use it to navigate directly to food they have never seen, guided entirely by the coded movements of a dance performed in the dark. This system was first described and decoded by the Austrian biologist Karl von Frisch in the 1940s and 50s, a discovery for which he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1973. It remains one of the most remarkable examples of non-human communication ever documented. The bees are not simply signaling the presence of food. They are conveying precise spatial information, direction, distance, quality, in a symbolic language embodied in movement. They are, in every meaningful sense of the word, talking to each other. And they do all of this in the dark, in the warm, golden, fragrant interior of the hive, on the surface of the very comb they built themselves, with no light to see by and no sound that we can hear. The dance is read through touch, through vibration, through the chemistry of scent. It is a form of communication so different from our own that it takes a certain effort of imagination to fully appreciate it. And yet, it is no less precise, no less effective, no less rich with meaning. As you lie still and let the quiet of the night settle around you, think about the hive, about the thousands of workers going about their different tasks in perfect coordination, not because anyone told them what to do, but because the needs of the colony and the state of their own bodies guide them, moment by moment, through a life of purposeful and gentle industry. Think about the queen, moving slowly through the warm dark, laying her eggs with unhurried care. Think about the waggle dancer, vibrating on the surface of the comb, translating the memory of sunlight and flowers into a language of movement that her sisters can feel with their feet. Think about the hexagonal cells, pressed together in their golden millions, holding honey that tastes of meadows and afternoons, sealed under wax caps that will keep it fresh for years. There are ancient pots of honey found in Egyptian tombs, thousands of years old, that were still edible when they were opened. The bees made something that outlasted everything around it. They built in the dark with their own bodies something that lasts. Let that thought settle softly. Let it be a quiet and comfortable thing, like a jar of honey on a shelf in a warm kitchen, golden and still and patient and and sweet, and let yourself drift. Let the quiet deepen around you now. Feel the stillness of the room, the weight of the dark, the soft and steady rhythm of your own breathing. There is nowhere to go, nothing to solve. We are simply going to spend a little time together, thinking about a world that exists just beneath our feet. A world of extraordinary order and quiet industry, built in the dark by creatures who have never read a blueprint and never needed one. We are going to spend some time with the ants. Right now, beneath almost any patch of ground on earth, beneath a garden path, beneath a field of grass, beneath the floor of a forest, there is almost certainly a network of tunnels and chambers that has been carved, grain by grain, by the patient mandibles of ants. The underground world of the ant colony is one of the great hidden architectures of the natural world, and it is one that most of us walk over every day of our lives without giving it a second thought. But let us slow down. Let us think about it now. A mature ant colony can occupy a surprisingly large volume of earth. Scientists in Brazil, studying a colony of leafcutter ants, once excavated an abandoned nest by pouring in nearly 10 tons of cement over the course of 3 days, letting it set, and then carefully removing the surrounding soil to reveal the structure of the colony preserved in concrete. What they found was astonishing. The nest extended more than 8 meters into the earth, covered an area of roughly 50 square meters, and contained hundreds of interconnected chambers connected by a vast and ordered network of tunnels. A structure of such complexity and deliberate organization that the researchers compared it to the great human engineering works of the ancient world, and it had been built by insects with their mouths. In the dark, the process by which ants build these structures is one of the most elegant examples of what scientists call emergent behavior, order that arises from the interactions of many simple individuals, none of whom has any overall plan or awareness of the whole. An individual ant does not know what the finished nest will look like. She does not have a map or a schedule. She simply responds to local conditions the feel of the soil, the density of her sisters around her, the chemical signals drifting through the air, and performs the next small task that those conditions suggest. Loosen a grain of soil, carry it to the surface, deposit it on the growing mound outside, return for another. When millions of ants do this simultaneously, following the same simple rules, responding to the same chemical cues, the result is not chaos. The result is a precisely structured, beautifully organized underground city, with chambers for different purposes, arranged in a logical hierarchy, tunnels graded in width according to the traffic they need to carry, and ventilation shafts angled to allow the circulation of air through the deepest parts of the nest. Researchers at the California Institute of Technology, studying how ants dig tunnels, discovered something remarkable. Ants seem to dig according to the laws of physics rather than any consciously chosen strategy. As they remove grains of soil, the forces within the surrounding earth automatically redistribute themselves around the new tunnel, reinforcing its walls and relieving pressure from the grains at the working face, making the next grain easier to remove. The ants are, in effect, working in partnership with the physics of the material around them, allowing the earth itself to guide them toward the safest and most efficient path forward. They evolved to dig this way over millions of years, each generation finding the grain that the earth was most ready to yield, until the behavior became so refined that it now looks, to a trained eye, almost like engineering intuition. Inside the finished nest, the chambers serve distinct purposes and are maintained with great care. There will be brood chambers where the eggs and larvae and pupae are kept, tended by nurse workers who move them constantly toward warmth when they need heat, away from it when they need to cool down, using the temperature gradient of the soil to regulate the development of the young. There will be food storage chambers stocked with seeds or fungus, or the concentrated secretions of other insects, arranged and maintained against the needs of the colony through the long months when foraging is impossible. There will be chambers layers that serve as waste disposal areas, where the bodies of dead ants and the debris of colony life are deposited and contained. And there will be, usually somewhere near the center of the nest, and surrounded by the warmest and most protected chambers, the royal chamber where the queen lives, the queen of an ant colony, like the queen of a beehive, is the reproductive heart of the community. But ant queens, in many species, live lives of extraordinary longevity, while a worker ant might live for weeks or months. The queen of some species can live for decades. The queen of a black garden ant, the familiar small dark ant found in gardens across much of the temperate world, can live for nearly 30 years. For 30 years, she stays in her chamber, tended and fed and groomed by her workers, laying eggs that will become the next generation of the colony. She has, in a very real sense, given her entire existence to the continuity of the colony. She is the colony's memory, its continuity, its living connection to the queen who came before and the queens who will come after. Now, the question of how all of this is coordinated, how hundreds of thousands of individual ants, each acting on local information, manage to behave as a coherent and organized whole, brings us to one of the most fascinating aspects of ant life, the chemical language of the colony. Ants communicate primarily through pheromones, chemical signals released from glands, distributed across their bodies, and detected by the exquisitely sensitive chemoreceptors on their antennae. Different pheromones carry different messages, and an ant's body contains a remarkable pharmacy of chemical signals, each one precisely calibrated to trigger a specific response in the ants who detect it. When a forager ant discovers a food source, she returns to the nest along the same path she used to find it, depositing a trail pheromone as she goes. A faint chemical road that her sisters can follow from the nest all the way to the food, if the food is plentiful. Many ants travel the trail, and each one reinforces it with more pheromone on the return journey. The trail grows stronger. More ants are drawn to it, and soon a long, purposeful column is moving back and forth along an invisible chemical highway, efficiently harvesting the resource until it is exhausted when the food runs out and the foragers stop reinforcing the trail. The pheromone gradually evaporates. The trail fades, and the ants move on to find something new. When danger threatens the colony, a different set of chemicals is released. Alarm pheromones that spread rapidly through the nest, triggering immediate and coordinated responses. Workers near the source of the alarm rush toward it, preparing to defend the nest. Workers further away shepherd the brood deeper into the tunnels. The colony responds as a single organism, each part doing what its position and chemistry dictate, without any central authority giving orders, without any individual understanding more than their small piece of the whole. And ants communicate in more ways than chemistry alone. Recent research has shown that many species also use vibrations, stridulating, or rubbing body parts together to produce sounds that travel through the substrate of the nest. To add nuance and urgency to their chemical messages, some species communicate using antennal codes, touching antennae with nestmates in specific patterns that convey information about food sources or colony needs. The ant's communication system is, it turns out, considerably richer and more layered than even scientists assumed until relatively recently. Let us spare a moment for the leafcutter ants, because among all the ant species on Earth, the leafcutter ants live a life so elaborate and so perfectly organized that it seems, at first encounter, almost too extraordinary to be real. Leafcutter ants are found in the forests and fields of Central and South America, and they are among the most ecologically significant insects in the tropical world. Their colonies can contain millions of individuals, and the trails of workers moving through the forest, each one carrying a piece of leaf held aloft like a small green sail, are one of the iconic sights of the rainforest. But the leafcutter ants do not eat the leaves they carry. They carry them back to their nest, where other workers chew them into a fine pulp and use this pulp as a growing medium for a specific species of fungus. The ants tend this fungal garden with meticulous care, weeding out any competing molds, fertilizing it with their own waste, and harvesting the swollen fungal cells that form on its surface. These cells are the primary food of the colony. The leaves are simply the raw material from which the garden is grown. This relationship between the leafcutter ants and their fungus is an ancient one. It is estimated to have begun approximately 50 million years ago, making it one of the oldest agricultural relationships on Earth. The ants and their fungus have co-evolved over those 50 million years into a mutual dependence so complete that neither can survive without the other. The fungus has been cultivated for so long in ant gardens and has adapted so precisely to this sheltered, tended existence that it is no longer found growing anywhere in the wild. The ant garden is its only home, and the ant colony cannot survive without the garden's harvest. 50 million years of farming, 50 million years of tending and harvesting, and passing the garden from one generation to the next. The founding queen of each new colony, carrying a small piece of fungus in a pocket behind her mouthparts when she flies out to establish her new nest. A seed of the garden, a living inheritance, a thread of continuity stretching back 50 million years into the warm, ancient forests of a world that no longer exists. As you lie still and let the night settle around you, think about the ant city beneath your feet. Think about the thousands of tunnels carved in patient darkness, grain by grain, over years and years of quiet work. Think about the brood chambers, warm and tended, full of the slow growth of the next generation. Think about the queen in her deep chamber, unhurried and still, surrounded by her daughters. Think about all that order, all that purposeful, coordinated, patient life, going on in the dark beneath the surface, asking nothing of you, needing nothing from you, simply existing in its own ancient and beautiful way. And let yourself rest. Let the darkness around you be a comfortable thing now. Notice how it has its own quality, its own texture, the way it softens the edges of everything way it makes the room feel smaller and warmer and more like shelter. The dark is not empty. It never is. And nowhere is this more true than on a warm summer evening in the fields and forests where fireflies live. Tonight, we are going to think about light, not the hard, insistent light of screens and street lamps and the busy daytime world, but something much softer and much older. A light that pulses and drifts and fades, a light that carries a message, as patient and precise as any language ever spoken. A light made not from fire or electricity, but from chemistry, from the quiet miracle of a living body, turning its own inner workings into something that glows. We are going to spend some time with the fireflies. Fireflies are beetles. This surprises some people who imagine them as something more exotic, some unique and singular kind of creature that belongs in a different category from the beetles crawling through the leaf litter below them. But fireflies are beetles, members of the family Lampyridae, and there are more than 2,400 described species of them, spread across the warm and temperate regions of the world. They are found on every continent except Antarctica, and in habitats as different from each other as tropical rainforests, temperate meadows, and the margins of slow-moving streams. And while not every species produces light as an adult, all fireflies glow at some stage of their lives. The eggs glow. The larvae glow. In many species, even the pupae glow, hanging still and pale in the dark of the soil, giving off a faint and ghostly light that no one is watching. The light itself is produced by one of the most elegant chemical systems in nature. Deep in the abdomen of the firefly, in a specialized organ called the lantern, two chemicals come together. One is called luciferin, a name drawn from the Latin for light bringer. The other is an enzyme called luciferase, which acts upon the luciferin, catalyzing a reaction that, in the presence of oxygen and a molecule of cellular energy called adenosine triphosphate, produces a brief and brilliant pulse of cold light. Cold light. That is the right phrase for it. Unlike a candle or a lamp, which produce both light and heat, the firefly's bioluminescence is nearly perfectly efficient. Almost all of the chemical energy is converted directly into light, with almost no heat lost in the process. Scientists have measured this efficiency and found it to be extraordinarily high, approaching 100%. No human technology for producing light comes close to this efficiency. A standard incandescent light bulb converts only about 5% of its energy into visible light, releasing the other 95% as heat. The firefly wastes almost nothing. The firefly controls the rhythm of its light by controlling the flow of oxygen to the lantern. When oxygen is admitted, the chemical reaction ignites and the light appears. When oxygen is cut off, the reaction stops and the light goes out. By opening and closing the tiny air channels that feed the lantern, the firefly can produce flashes of extraordinary precision, flashes of a specific duration, a specific interval, a specific pattern, repeated with remarkable consistency from one moment to the next. And this precision matters enormously because the light is a language. On a warm summer evening, as darkness settles over a meadow or a forest edge, the male fireflies begin to fly. They drift through the air in long, looping arcs, flashing as they go, each species producing its own distinctive signal. One species might flash twice in quick succession, pause for several seconds, then flash twice again. Another flashes in a long, sustained pulse. Another produces a series of rapid flickers, like a tiny stammer of light. Each pattern is as distinct as a fingerprint, and each one is the opening line of a conversation. The females, for the most part, sit quietly in the vegetation below. They do not fly. They watch. And when a male of their own species passes overhead, flashing his signal in the dark, the female waits for precisely the right interval, an interval tuned through millions of years of evolution to the timing of her species' flash. And then she replies, a single flash or a brief sequence sent upward from her resting place in the grass. The male sees the reply. He turns toward it and flashes again. She replies again, and the two fireflies carry on this exchange of silent, glowing questions and answers, drawing closer together with each exchange until they find each other in the dark. It is a courtship conducted entirely in light, a love story told in pulses and intervals, in the precise timing of a chemical reaction, in the opening and closing of tiny air channels inside a living body. And it works. It has been working for millions of years. In the warm summer nights of every continent where fireflies live. And it works with a reliability and elegance that is deeply moving when you take a moment to fully appreciate it. There are more than 2,400 species of firefly, and each one has its own flash signature. In the meadows and forests of North America alone, there are dozens of species flying simultaneously on a summer evening, their signals overlapping in the dark air, each one invisible to the females of every other species, perfectly legible only to the ones it was evolved to reach. The meadow is full of conversations happening at once, in parallel, in a medium of pure light, and none of them interfere with any of the others. There is one group of fireflies, however, that takes this language to a level of complexity that feels, when you first encounter it, almost impossible to believe. In parts of Southeast Asia and in a few locations in North America, certain species of firefly have developed the ability to synchronize their flashes with one another, not approximately, not roughly, precisely. Thousands of individual fireflies sitting in the trees along a riverbank or in a forest clearing will flash simultaneously, all of them together in perfect unison. Then all go dark together. Then all flash again. The effect, seen from a distance, is like watching a tree breathe in light. The darkness pulses. The whole forest edge flickers on and off in a slow, steady rhythm that can be seen from hundreds of meters away. It is one of the most breathtaking natural spectacles on Earth. And it happens because each individual firefly is responding to the flashes of the fireflies around it, adjusting its own timing moment by moment, until the whole group falls into synchrony, a process researchers describe as a form of biological clock entrainment, each tiny organism locking its rhythm to its neighbors until the community pulses as one. No one is conducting this. There is no firefly at the center giving the signal. The synchrony emerges as so many wonders in the insect world emerge from the interaction of many simple individuals, each following simple rules, and the result is something that looks, from the outside, like collective intention, like a single vast organism breathing in the dark. Now, the adult firefly that drifts through the summer air, flashing its patient signal, is only a brief and final chapter in a much longer life. Most of that life is spent underground in the slow and quiet world of the larva. Firefly larvae hatch from eggs laid in the soil or in moss or leaf litter, and they spend anywhere from several months to several years living just beneath the surface of the earth, hunting in the dark. They are predators, soft-bodied, glowing faintly even in this larval stage, moving through the debris of the forest floor in search of slugs and snails and small worms. When a larva finds its prey, it injects it with digestive enzymes from its mouth parts, and then consumes the liquefied contents. A hunting strategy that is quietly extraordinary in its efficiency. All the eating that a firefly will ever do happens in this larval stage. The adult firefly, with a few exceptions among certain predatory species, does not eat at all. It emerges from the soil after its final molt with a body full of stored energy, lives for a few days or a few weeks, finds a mate, lays its eggs, and dies. Its entire adult life is a single sustained act of communication and reproduction, fueled by the meals of its long larval childhood. It enters the summer night full of stored light and stored purpose, and it burns both as slowly and as beautifully as it can. Think for a moment about what the firefly larva knows of light. It has spent months or years in the soil, in complete darkness, hunting by feel and by chemistry, glowing its own faint glow into the earth where no one can see it. And then, one night, it digs its way upward through the last few few centimeters of soil, splits its larval skin for the final time, and unfolds into the open air of a warm summer evening, with wings it has never used and a lantern in its abdomen ready to blaze. The first time a firefly flashes its adult signal into the open air, the first time the light it has carried since before it was born finally goes somewhere, finally reaches the dark and gets an answer. There is something in that image that feels like a kind of homecoming, like something that was always meant to happen, finally happening in the right place and the right season and the right dark. You carry your own kind of light in your own quiet way, and like the firefly larva working its way upward through the soil, there are moments when that light finds the right dark, and answers come back from the most unexpected directions. But for now, there is nothing to search for, nothing to signal into the night. You are already exactly where you need to be, warm and still and resting, while somewhere outside in the summer dark, a firefly drifts through the air in a long, slow arc, flashing its patient message into the world, and waiting with all the unhurried confidence of a creature that has been doing this for millions of years, for the answering light. Let your own light rest. Let the dark be comfortable and soft and drift. Let yourself grow a little heavier now. Feel the softness of where you are resting, the gentle dark, the quiet air. There is no hurry in this space. There is no destination. We are going to drift for a while through one of the most beautiful subjects in all of natural history. A subject so familiar that we sometimes forget to truly look at it, and yet so full of quiet astonishment that the closer you look, the more remarkable it becomes. We are going to spend some time with butterflies. You have seen butterflies many times, perhaps in a garden, moving from flower to flower in that unhurried, slightly unpredictable way. They have drifting sideways on a warm current of air, settling for a moment on a bloom, then lifting away again before you have quite had time to focus on the detail of their wings. Perhaps you watched one as a child, following it through the grass with the specific, patient attention that children bring to small and beautiful things. Perhaps you simply noticed one once, in a moment between other moments, and felt something ease inside you at the sight of it. But tonight, we are going to look more closely, not to analyze or categorize, but simply to attend, to let the extraordinary detail of the butterfly's existence come a little more clearly into focus before we let it drift, like the butterfly itself, back into the soft blur of sleep. Let us begin with the wings. A butterfly's wing is, when you examine it under magnification, one of the most intricate structures in nature. The wing itself is transparent, a thin double membrane, like two sheets of the finest possible film pressed together, supported by a network of hollow veins that radiate from the base like the branches of a very delicate tree. On its own, the wing membrane has no color at all. The extraordinary colors and patterns of the butterfly, the deep burnt orange of the monarch, the electric blue of the morpho, the pale gold of the brimstone, come entirely from the scales. The scales are tiny, arranged across the surface of the wing in overlapping rows, like the tiles on a roof or the feathers of a very small and very flat bird, each one snapping into its own individual socket on the wing's surface with a precision that is almost impossible to appreciate without magnification. A single butterfly wing may carry 200,000 or more of these scales, each one contributing its small piece to the larger pattern. Each scale is a single flattened cell, produced during the development of the wing inside the chrysalis, hardening into its final form as the butterfly matures. Some scales produce color through pigment, chemical compounds absorbed from the larval food plant and carried forward into the adult butterfly, which absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others. But some of the most extraordinary butterfly colors are produced not by pigment at all, but by structure. The shimmering, iridescent blue of the morpho butterfly, that vivid, almost electric blue that seems to shift and change as the butterfly moves, is not a pigment color. It is a structural color produced by the microscopic architecture of the scale itself. The surface of each scale is not flat, but ridged in a pattern so fine that it interacts with light at the level of individual wavelengths, causing some wavelengths to reinforce each other and others to cancel out, so that only a specific color, that brilliant, impossible blue, is reflected back to the observer. Change the angle, and the color shifts. Move the light, and the wing seems to shift from blue to green to almost black, all without any change in the chemistry of the scale at all. It is a technology that human engineers have studied closely, hoping to replicate it in applications ranging from color-changing surfaces to more efficient solar panels. The butterfly arrived at it through evolution, building nanostructures of extraordinary precision in the wings of every individual, generation after generation, for millions of years. And the scales do more than create color. They serve as insulators, helping the butterfly regulate its body temperature by absorbing heat from sunlight. Butterflies, being cold-blooded, depend on external heat to warm their flight muscles before they can fly. And the dark scales of many species are precisely positioned to direct sunlight to the muscles that need it most. In some species, the scales on the male's wings contain specialized structures called androconia, which hold and slowly release pheromones, chemical signals that drift downwind and help attract a mate. The butterfly, it turns out, is not simply beautiful. It is beautiful in the service of a dozen different purposes, each one contributing to the quiet business of survival and reproduction. Now let us think about how the butterfly experiences the world, because this is where the gap between insect life and human life becomes both most visible and most fascinating. A butterfly has compound eyes, two large curved structures that together give it nearly 360 degrees of vision. It cannot focus as sharply as we can on a single point, but it is exquisitely sensitive to movement, detecting the approach of a predator or the flutter of another butterfly at distances that would be invisible to human eyes, and it can perceive wavelengths of light that we cannot see at all. Butterflies can see into the ultraviolet range of the spectrum, a whole dimension of color and pattern that is simply invisible to us. The flowers that appear to us as uniformly yellow or white often carry bold ultraviolet markings that are clearly visible to the butterfly. Landing guides, nectar indicators, patterns of invitation and direction that are broadcast in a light we cannot perceive. The butterfly's world, in other words, is visually richer than ours in at least one dimension that we will never directly experience. Its sense of smell is distributed across its body in a way that is quite different from anything in our own experience. Butterflies smell with their antennae, with their palps, the small brush-like structures near the mouth, and with chemoreceptors located across the surface of their exoskeleton, they can detect the scent of a host plant from great distances, homing in on the precise species they need for egg laying from across an entire field. They can smell the pheromones of a potential mate on the wind, following a chemical thread through the air to its source with a precision that seems almost improbable. And then there is the sense that perhaps most thoroughly challenges our instinct to draw a firm line between our own experience and the butterflies. The taste receptors on its feet when a butterfly lands on a leaf or a flower, chemoreceptors on the pads of its feet immediately begin sampling the chemical composition of the surface beneath it. A female butterfly can determine, simply by standing on a leaf, whether that leaf belongs to the right species of plant for her eggs, whether it contains the right chemical compounds to nourish the caterpillars that will hatch there. She tastes the leaf through her feet, makes a decision in a fraction of a second, and either stays to lay her eggs or lifts away in search of a better plant. When she is ready to feed, the butterfly uncurls her proboscis, a long, flexible drinking straw built from two separate mouth parts pressed together and sealed along their length, coiled tightly beneath her head when not in use, extending when she lowers her head toward a flower. The proboscis is a remarkable instrument. It is not simply a passive tube. The walls of the proboscis contain sensory structures that can taste the nectar as it enters, gauging the sugar content, assessing the quality of the food source. It can flex and bend at a midpoint, allowing the butterfly to reach into flowers of different depths and geometries, adapting its reach to each new bloom. It can even detect carbon dioxide concentrations in the air, allowing the butterfly to locate the most nectar-rich flowers from a short distance away before it has even landed. The butterfly is, in every sensory dimension, a creature of extraordinary refinement, not in the way that the word refinement is sometimes used to suggest complexity for its own sake, but in the older sense, refined as in shaped by long and careful process into something that serves its purpose with the minimum of waste and the maximum of precision. And in between all this feeding and sensing and egg laying, the butterfly flies. The flight of a butterfly is one of the most deceptive things in nature. It looks random, almost careless, as if the butterfly were simply being blown about by the breeze. But this apparent randomness is itself a strategy. A flight path that is difficult to predict is a flight path that is difficult to intercept. The butterfly's erratic, drifting, sideways slipping style of movement makes it extraordinarily hard for a predator to anticipate where it will be half a second from now. And half a second is often all the time a predator has when the butterfly chooses to fly in a straight line. When it is navigating rather than foraging, heading from one patch of habitat to another, or beginning the long southward journey of migration, the apparent carelessness disappears and is replaced by something purposeful and direct. A migrating monarch does not drift. It moves with the steady, unhurried persistence of something that knows where it is going and has the whole of a continent to cross. But on a quiet afternoon in a summer garden, drifting from flower to flower, the butterfly is in no hurry at all. It moves through a world of color and scent and warmth, tasting the air with its feet, reading patterns of light that we cannot see, pausing to open its wings wide and let the sunlight reach the muscles within, a gesture that looks, to human eyes, like pure and uncomplicated pleasure. Perhaps that is not so far from what it is. Let Let your mind drift with the butterfly now. Let it follow the unhurried arc from flower to flower, the brief pause on a sun-warmed petal, the slow opening of wings in the afternoon light. Let the weight of thinking ease, the way a butterfly settles and stills on a blossom. And just for a little while, simply be here, warm and still and beautifully at rest. You are doing beautifully. If you are still awake, that is perfectly fine. And if you are drifting, if the words are becoming softer around the edges, if the room is beginning to feel a little more distant, that is perfectly fine too. There is nothing here that requires your attention. You can let as much of this wash over you as your body needs. The only thing that matters right now is that you are resting and you are warm and the night is quiet around you. And on that note, tonight in this section, we are going to think about rest itself, about sleep in the insect world, about what it means for a creature with no eyelids, no bed, no pillow, and no concept of tomorrow, to simply stop and be still and restore itself in the dark, because insects do sleep. Not in quite the same way that we do, but in ways that are, when you look at them closely, surprisingly familiar. For a long time, scientists were not sure whether insects truly slept or simply became less active during certain periods of the day. The distinction matters because sleep, as biologists understand it, is not just the absence of movement. It is a specific physiological state characterized by reduced responsiveness to the outside world, a lowered metabolic rate, and crucially, a need that builds up the longer it is denied and must eventually be repaid. If you prevent a sleeping animal from sleeping long enough, it will eventually become unable to function. Its body will demand rest in ways that override every other drive. It turns out that insects, when kept awake beyond their normal rest periods, show exactly this pattern. They accumulate what scientists call sleep debt, a mounting need for rest that grows more insistent the longer it is delayed, and that the insect will preferentially repay when given the opportunity, sleeping longer and more deeply than usual to compensate for what was lost. This is the same fundamental dynamic that you may be familiar with from your own experience of a sleepless night and the long, heavy sleep that follows it. So yes, insects sleep, and the ways in which they sleep are as varied and as quietly fascinating as almost everything else about insect life. Let us begin with the bees, because the sleeping life of the honeybee has been studied with particular care. And what researchers have found is both surprising and, in its own way, rather moving. A honeybee forager sleeps for between 5 and 8 hours in every 24, usually at night when darkness makes foraging impossible. She does not go to a designated sleeping area. She simply finds a quiet spot, an empty cell in the comb, the outer edge of the brood nest where the traffic is lighter. Occasionally, even a flower she was visiting when fatigue overtook her. And she stops. You can tell a sleeping bee by her posture. Her antennae, normally in constant motion, fall still and droop slightly. Her body drops, the thorax sinking toward whatever surface she is resting on. Her abdomen relaxes. She does not respond to gentle touches that would immediately alert a waking bee. If you shine a light on her, she takes longer than usual to react. She is, in every measurable way, somewhere else. The sleeping life of bees is not uniform. Younger worker bees, whose role inside the hive demands round-the-clock attention to the brood, sleep in scattered, irregular bursts throughout the day and night, catching short intervals of rest between tasks, the way a person on call might snatch 20 minutes on a chair between emergencies. Older foragers, whose work is structured by the daylight hours, follow a more regular pattern, resting through most of the night in a rhythm that echoes, in its broad shape, the circadian sleep of mammals. And then there is the question that a research paper from 2015 raised in its title and has not quite been able to put down since. Do bees dream? The paper, published by researchers studying the sleep behavior of bees, found evidence suggesting that during deep sleep, the antenna and body of sleeping bees sometimes move in ways that resemble the replaying of learned behaviors, as if the sleeping bee were, in some rudimentary sense, consolidating the experiences of the day, running through the memories of flower locations and flight paths and waggle dance routines in the quiet theater of its resting body. The researchers were careful, as scientists must be, to note that this is suggestive rather than conclusive, and that the nature of any subjective experience a sleeping bee might have is impossible to know, but the data they wrote suggests that if bees do dream, it would provide novel insights into the evolution of dreams themselves. A bee tucked into a hexagonal cell in the warm dark of the hive, dreaming of flowers. It is a thought worth sitting with for a moment. Now, beyond the daily sleep of individual insects, the insect world also contains much deeper and more sustained forms of rest. The state known as diapause is one of the most remarkable examples of biological patience in the natural world. Diapause is a state of suspended development, a kind of deep biological pause that many insect species enter in response to environmental cues, most commonly the shortening of days as summer gives way to autumn. In diapause, the insect's metabolism slows dramatically. Growth stops. Reproduction stops. Even aging in some species appears to slow or pause. The insect in diapause is not dead and not truly sleeping in the way a bee sleeps at night. It is something in between, a state of profound physiological stillness that can last for weeks, months, or in some extraordinary cases, years. The painted lady butterfly, whose migrations we will visit in a later section of tonight's journey, overwinters in the adult stage in parts of its range, entering a resting state that keeps it suspended through the cold months, its body chemistry altered to prevent ice crystals forming in its tissues, its wings folded, its metabolism reduced to barely a whisper, waiting with extraordinary patience for the warmth and lengthening days that will tell it to wake. Some insects take this patience to lengths that are almost impossible to comprehend. The larvae of certain wood-boring beetles have been recorded emerging from timber after many years of apparent dormancy. Beetles hatching from furniture or structural timbers long after the wood was cut and shaped and built into a human home. Their larval development paused for years inside the dry wood before some subtle cue. A change in temperature or humidity, perhaps, or simply the slow completion of a developmental program begun long ago, triggered them to complete their growth and emerge. There are recorded cases of wood-boring beetles emerging from timber that had been part of a building for more than 20 years. 20 years of stillness inside dry wood, 20 years of waiting in complete darkness, with a patience so absolute and so unconscious that it makes the word patience feel somehow inadequate. The cold-blooded nature of insect life means that temperature is one of the most powerful regulators of insect rest. As temperature drops, the chemistry of the insect's body slows metabolic reactions that proceed quickly in the warmth of summer, become sluggish and gradual in the cold of autumn, and at temperatures close to freezing. Many insects enter a state of chill coma, a profound, involuntary stillness from which they can be revived by warmth, but which, if the cold is deep enough and long enough, they will not survive. The insects that do survive winter have developed remarkable strategies for doing so. Some produce antifreeze compounds, glycerol, and other chemicals that lower the freezing point of their body fluids, allowing them to remain supercooled below the temperature at which ice would normally form. Some allow their bodies to freeze partially, surrounding the cells of their vital organs with a carefully managed matrix of ice crystals, while keeping the interior of each cell liquid, using the physics of controlled freezing as a survival strategy rather than a cause of death. Some simply find their way into insulated spaces, deep in the soil, under bark, inside hollow stems, where the temperature remains stable enough for their slowed metabolism to continue its faint, patient work through the long months of cold. And in all these resting states, the nightly sleep of the forager bee, the seasonal dormancy of the overwintering butterfly, the years-long pause of the wood-boring beetle larva. There is something that feels, from the outside, like a deep and fundamental trust, a surrender to stillness that is not defeat but strategy. A letting go that is not the end of the story, but simply the quiet middle of it, the long pause between one active chapter and the next. The insect does not worry about whether it will wake. It does not lie still in its overwintering shelter, rehearsing anxieties about the spring. It simply rests with its whole body in a way that most of us find genuinely difficult to do. There is a kind of wisdom in that, even if wisdom is not quite the right word for something so entirely instinctive. A kind of permission, perhaps, a demonstration in the most quiet and biological terms possible. That rest is not a luxury or a weakness or a concession to the demands of the body. It is the thing that makes everything else possible. It is the pause that gives the next movement its energy and direction and grace. Right now, across the warm parts of the world, bees are sleeping in the dark of their hives, their antennae drooping, their bodies heavy with the day's work, their small minds, if they dream at all, full of flowers and sunlight and the long arcs of flight through summer air. Right now, in the cold parts of the world, beetles and butterflies and moths are deep in their winter stillness, their chemistry slowed to the faintest flicker, their bodies trusting the dark and the cold to hold them safely until the warmth returns. Right now, somewhere in the dry wood of an old building, something is waiting with a patience that has no name in any human language. And right now, you are resting too. Let your body do what it already knows how to do. Let the room grow a little darker and a little softer. Let the thoughts that are still moving through your mind slow down, the way a bee stills its antennae, the way a caterpillar finds its branch and grows quiet before the long work of becoming. You are safe. You are warm. The night will hold you. Rest now. Listen, even now, even here, if you let the quiet of the room become truly quiet, if you soften your attention and let it spread outward past the walls, past the window, into the dark beyond, you may be able to hear it, faint and steady, rising and falling in long, slow waves, woven through the fabric of the night like a thread that has always been there, so constant that we stop noticing it the way we stop noticing the sound of our own breathing, the insect chorus. On any warm night in any part of the world where insects live, the air after dark is full of sound. Not the sound of animals calling in alarm or hunting or fleeing. The urgent, jagged sounds of danger, but something altogether different, something steady and patient and ancient, as old as the warm nights of the Carboniferous period, when the first insect musicians began rubbing their wings together in the dark, sending their songs out into a world that had never heard anything like them before. Tonight, we are going to let that sound into the room with us. Not literally, though if you can hear it through your window, please let it come in. But in the imagination, in the soft, receptive attention that comes when the body is resting and the mind begins to drift, we are going to spend some time listening to the midnight chorus. Let us begin with the cricket. Because of all the sounds in the insect night, the cricket's song is perhaps the one most deeply woven into the human sense of peace and stillness. It is the sound of summer evenings on porches, of camping beside dark rivers, of lying in warm grass and watching the stars appear. It is one of the oldest sounds that has ever existed on this earth, and something in us, something older than memory, seems to recognize it as a signal of safety. The night is warm. The predators are elsewhere. The world is as it should be. The cricket makes its sound through a process called stridulation, a word that comes from the Latin for creaking, and that refers, in the insect world, to the production of sound by rubbing specialized body parts together on the underside of one of the male cricket's forewings. There is a row of tiny ridges. Scientists call it the file, that runs along a hardened vein of the wing, like the teeth of a miniature comb. On the upper surface of the other forewing is a sharp, hard edge called the scraper. When the cricket raises its wings and draws one across the other, the scraper catches each tooth of the file in rapid succession, and the wing membranes, held open and at a precise angle, vibrate in response, acting as a resonating chamber that amplifies the resulting vibration into the clear, bright, carrying sound we know as a cricket's chirp. The frequency and rhythm of the chirp are determined by the speed of the scraper's passage across the file and by the architecture of the wing membranes themselves. Each species of cricket produces a characteristic song, a specific pattern of chirps and pauses at a specific frequency that the females of that species are tuned to recognize, and the rate of the chirping changes with temperature. On a warm night, when the cricket's cold-blooded body is working at full speed, the chirps come quickly. On a cooler night, they slow. The relationship between temperature and chirp rate in some common cricket species is regular enough that naturalists developed a formula, now sometimes called Dolbear's Law, after the American scientist who described it in the 1890s. That allows you to estimate the temperature simply by counting how many chirps a cricket produces in 14 seconds and adding 40. The answer gives you an approximate temperature in degrees Fahrenheit. The cricket, in other words, is also a thermometer, singing the temperature of the night in a language that anyone can learn to read if they are patient and quiet enough to listen. Now, the cricket produces its song only through its wings. It hears through its legs. On the front legs of the cricket, just below the knee, there are two small oval structures, one on each side, that are the cricket's ears. These tympanal organs, as scientists call them, are thin membranes stretched over internal air chambers, connected to sensory neurons that transmit the vibrations of arriving sound waves directly to the cricket's central nervous system. The cricket stands on its front legs and listens to the world through its knees, detecting not just the songs of its own species, but the wing beats of approaching predators, the rustling of danger in the grass, the whole acoustic texture of the night, arriving through two small windows of membrane pressed close to the earth. The ears of insects, it turns out, have evolved independently at least 7 times in different insect orders. A remarkable example of convergent evolution. The same solution arriving repeatedly through entirely different evolutionary pathways, because the ability to hear is so useful that natural selection keeps reinventing it. Different species carry their ears in different places. Crickets and katydids hear through their front legs. Moths hear through their thorax or abdomen. Some butterflies hear through a membrane at the base of their wings, and grasshoppers carry their ears on the sides of their abdomens, just above where the hind legs attach. The katydids add their own voice to the nighttime chorus, a higher, buzzing, slightly rasping sound, quite different from the purer, musical chirp of the cricket. Katydids are largely nocturnal, coming to life as the light fades, and singing through the warm dark in the trees and shrubs where they spend most of their lives. Their song is produced by the same mechanism as the cricket's, stridulation, file against scraper, wing membrane as resonator. But the architecture of their wings and files produces a higher frequency sound with a rougher, less pure tone, and in a detail that speaks to the extraordinary arms race between insects and their predators. Some katydids have shifted their songs into the ultrasonic range, frequencies higher than what humans can hear, specifically because the bats that hunt them echolocate at those frequencies. The katydids' hearing evolved to detect the bats' echolocation calls, giving them precious fractions of a second of warning to dodge away before the bat arrives. But some katydids have gone further, singing in the same frequency range that the bats use, which makes their own mating calls harder for the bats to distinguish from their echolocation echoes, a song that is also camouflage, a voice that hides inside the hunter's own hearing. Let us think for a moment about the cicadas. Those cicadas, unlike crickets and katydids, are primarily daytime singers, calling through the long, hot hours of summer afternoons from their perches high in the trees. Their sound is so embedded in the texture of warm weather nights that they deserve a place in our evening gathering. The cicada does not stridulate. It produces its sound through a completely different mechanism. A pair of organs on the sides of its abdomen called tymbals. Each tymbal is a ribbed membrane of chitin connected to a powerful powerful muscle. When the muscle contracts, it buckles the timbal inward with a sharp click. When it releases, the timbal snaps back. By contracting and releasing this muscle hundreds of times per second, the cicada produces a rapid series of clicks that blur together. At the frequencies the cicada's body is built to amplify, into the sustained, pulsing buzz that fills summer woodlands, the abdomen of the cicada is largely hollow, functioning as a resonating chamber that amplifies the timbal's output to a remarkable degree. Some cicada species can produce calls exceeding 100 decibels, louder than a lawnmower, loud enough to cause pain if you hold a calling male close to your ear, and yet from inside a stand of trees on a summer afternoon, the sound of hundreds of cicadas calling simultaneously blends into something that feels, to the human ear, less like individual noise than like the voice of the afternoon itself. A warm, sustained, encompassing hum that seems to come from everywhere at once. The male mole cricket, a remarkable insect we will return to in a later section, has taken the acoustic ingenuity of insect song to perhaps its most extraordinary extreme. The male mole cricket digs a specially shaped burrow in the soil, and its shape is not arbitrary. The burrow is constructed as a resonating horn, its chambers and tunnels designed to amplify and project the male's calling song in a specific direction, maximizing the distance over which it can be heard. Scientists who have studied the geometry of mole cricket burrows have found that they function as remarkably efficient amplifiers, shaped through millions of years of evolution to serve a single acoustic purpose. Some mole crickets, calling from their resonating burrows on warm nights, can be heard from distances of several hundred meters. The whole earth beneath them becomes, for the length of their song, a musical instrument, and threading through all of this, the crickets in the grass, the katydids in the trees, the occasional cicada still buzzing from a high branch in the last of the warmth, is a layer of sound that most people never consciously notice, because its frequencies are too high for human ears to register. The ultrasonic world of the insect night is full of moth calls, beetle signals, and the rustling communications of dozens of species producing sounds in ranges that our ears simply cannot reach. Below the audible surface of the summer night, there is a whole second chorus playing, silent to us, heard by the creatures it is meant for. What would it be like to hear the full spectrum of the insect night, to hear everything? The cricket's clear musical chirp, the katydid's buzz, the cicada's hum, and all the layers of ultrasonic communication above and below and between. The whole vast, overlapping, endlessly complex acoustic world of 10 quintillion small bodies going about their lives in the warm air. It would be almost certainly overwhelming, which is perhaps why our ears evolved to hear only a slice of it. But what we can hear is enough, more than enough. The cricket in the grass outside your window, if you can hear it, or if you can imagine it, is part of a sound that has existed continuously on this earth for hundreds of millions of years, long before there were humans to hear it and find it beautiful. Crickets were singing in the dark, rubbing their small files against their small scrapers, sending their pure and carrying notes out into warm nights that were otherwise silent. The sound has never stopped. It has moved around the planet with the seasons, following the warmth, always present somewhere, always the same patient, ancient, unhurried music. Let it be your music tonight. Let the cricket's song, heard or imagined, real or remembered, fill the quiet of the room with its soft, steady pulse. Let it be the sound of summer, of warm nights, of the world going on in its ancient and beautiful way just beyond the walls. Let it slow your breathing and ease your muscles, and tell the busy, watchful part of your mind that all is well. The night is warm. The world is as it should be. The chorus is playing. You can rest now. Sink a little deeper now. Feel the heaviness in your limbs, the soft pressure of where you are resting, the way the dark of the room has its own texture and warmth. You are doing wonderfully, and if your mind is beginning to wander, if the thread of the words is growing soft and indistinct at the edges, that is exactly as it should be. Let it wander. Let it drift. The words will continue quietly, and you can take as much or as little of them as your body needs. Tonight, in this part of our journey, we are going to think about invisibility, about the extraordinary art of not being seen, about the lengths to which nature will go. Over millions of years of patient trial and error to produce a creature so perfectly matched to its surroundings that the eye slides over it and finds nothing there. We are going to spend some time with the masters of disguise. In the insect world, the pressure to remain unseen is enormous. Every insect exists in a world full of things that want to eat it. Birds, lizards, spiders, other insects, small mammals, amphibians, and more. And most insects, being small and soft-bodied and relatively slow, cannot run or fight their way out of most encounters with a predator. What they can do, what millions of years of natural selection has shaped many of them to do with breathtaking precision, is simply not be noticed. Camouflage, in its most basic form, is the art of matching the background. If you are a green caterpillar on a green leaf, a bird looking for food from above sees leaf and more leaf, and scanning quickly across the canopy, moves on without registering the meal it just passed over. If you are a brown moth resting on brown bark, the texture and color of your wings matching the texture and color of the surface beneath you so precisely that your outline dissolves into the pattern of the bark. You are simply not there to any predator that does not know exactly where to look. But insect camouflage goes far beyond simple color matching. Let us think about the stick insects. Stick insects, the order Phasmatodea, a name drawn from the Greek for apparition, are among the most accomplished camouflagers in the natural world. There are more than 3,000 described species of stick insect found in tropical forests and woodlands across almost every continent. And as a group, they have taken the art of resembling plant material to its absolute extreme. A stick insect at rest on a branch is in most cases genuinely invisible. Not nearly invisible, not invisible if you look carefully enough. Genuinely, completely, almost impossibly invisible. Its body is elongated and cylindrical, colored in shades of brown and gray that match the specific tree species it prefers to rest on, textured with small bumps and ridges that replicate the irregularities of bark. Its legs fold against its body in such a way as to eliminate any shadow that might reveal its outline. Its antennae lie flat along its body, extending it into an unbroken linear shape, and when the wind moves the branch it is resting on, the stick insect moves with it, swaying slightly, rhythmically, in precisely the same tempo as the surrounding vegetation. Because movement is one of the primary cues a predator uses to locate prey, and the stick insect has evolved to remove that cue as completely as possible. The largest stick insects in the world, found in the forests of China and Southeast Asia, can reach lengths of more than 60 centimeters, longer than a human forearm, and yet a full-grown adult of such a species, resting on the branch it was built to imitate, is simply a branch, not a creature pretending to be a branch. A branch. The leaf insects, closely related to the stick insects, but specializing in a different model, are if anything even more astonishing. Their bodies are flattened and irregularly shaped, with lobed extensions on the legs and abdomen that replicate the shape of individual leaves. Their coloring includes not just the green of a healthy leaf, but the yellowing and browning of age, the pale tracery of veins, even the ragged edges and dark spots of a leaf that has been partially eaten by another insect. A leaf insect resting among real leaves is not simply hard to spot. It is a philosophical problem. Your eye insists that what you are looking at is a leaf, and only the slow, strange recognition that leaves do not have legs forces you to look again. Some caterpillars take a different approach to invisibility, one that works not by matching the background, but by breaking up the caterpillar's outline. Many species are marked with pale stripes or patches that, when viewed against dappled light filtering through leaves, break the caterpillar's cylindrical shape into fragments. Patches of color that the eye reads as light and shadow rather than as the continuous outline of an animal. The caterpillar is there in plain sight, and yet what the eye sees is simply the pattern of the leaf canopy, light and dark, nothing of interest, nothing to pursue. And then there are those who have taken the strategy of disguise in an entirely different direction, not hiding, advertising. The monarch butterfly, with its brilliant orange and black wings, is not trying to be invisible. It is trying to be unmistakable. It wants to be seen because the monarch is unpalatable. Its caterpillar feeds on milkweed, incorporating the plant's toxic compounds into its own tissues, and the adult butterfly is deeply unpleasant to eat. The bright orange and black of the monarch's wings is a warning signal, what biologists call a postmatism, that says clearly and permanently to any predator that has ever made the mistake of eating one: do not eat me. I am not worth the trouble. This is mimicry of a different kind, not the mimicry of an environment or a plant, but a kind of honesty, a declaration. The predator learns to associate the orange and black pattern with an unpleasant experience, and thereafter avoids anything wearing those colors. And once a warning pattern has been established and learned, it becomes extraordinarily valuable, not just to the species that earned it, but to others that have never tasted a milkweed plant in their lives. This is Batesian mimicry, named after the English naturalist Henry Bates, who first described it in the 1860s while studying butterflies in the Amazon. A harmless species evolves to look like a dangerous or unpalatable one, borrowing the protection of the model's hard-won reputation without ever paying the cost of developing the actual defense. The viceroy butterfly, for example, bears a striking resemblance to the monarch. Similar orange and black patterning, similar size, similar wing shape, and benefits enormously from the monarch's relationship with predators. A bird that has once eaten a monarch and regretted it will avoid the viceroy too, even though the viceroy is perfectly edible. The viceroy is wearing borrowed armor. The harmless hoverflies are perhaps the most accomplished Batesian mimics in the temperate world. Many species of hoverfly, small, gentle, nectar-feeding flies that are entirely harmless, have evolved yellow and black striped abdomens that closely resemble those of wasps and bees. They hover near flowers. They move their bodies in ways that suggest the busyness of a wasp, and predators leave them alone, fooled by a disguise that costs the hoverfly nothing except the particular configuration of its own pigmentation. Batesian mimicry works because the model, the wasp, the monarch, the bee, is common enough and unpleasant enough that predators learn quickly and remember well. But it only works as long as the mimic remains rare relative to the model. If hoverflies became more numerous than wasps, predators would begin encountering the harmless version more often than the dangerous one, and the disguise would lose its protective power. The mimicry is a numbers game, played out across evolutionary time, balanced by the ecology of the whole system. There is a second kind of mimicry, different in its logic, but equally elegant, called Mullerian mimicry. Here, two or more species that are each genuinely unpalatable or dangerous evolve to look like each other, sharing the cost of education across their combined populations. If two different species of stinging be both, wear the same yellow and black warning pattern, any predator that learns to avoid the pattern from experience with either species learns to avoid both at once. The lesson is learned faster and remembered more reliably, and both species benefit from the shared investment. Many of the brightly colored beetles and bugs of tropical forests are engaged in exactly this kind of cooperative advertising. Different species converging on the same warning patterns, pooling their reputations, building a common language of danger that any educated predator can read at a glance. And then there is the mantis, the praying mantis, with its long forelegs folded in that familiar attitude of patient waiting, is a predator that uses camouflage not to hide from danger, but to approach prey. Flower mantises, found across Southeast Asia and parts of Africa, have evolved bodies that closely resemble specific flower species. White and pink petal-like extensions on their legs and abdomen. A posture that mimics the open bloom of a flower. Even a gentle swaying movement that replicates the motion of a flower in a light breeze. Insects visiting the flower for nectar find something waiting among the petals that is not a petal at all. This is aggressive mimicry, the use of disguise not as defense, but as an ambush. The mantis is the flower, until the moment it is not. All of these strategies, the stick insect dissolving into its branch, the monarch declaring itself in orange and black, the hoverfly borrowing a wasp's reputation, the mantis waiting in the shape of a bloom, are the products of millions of years of the same basic process, variation and selection. A slightly better disguise surviving slightly more often, passing its genetics on to slightly more offspring, generation after generation, until the disguise becomes so refined that it crosses the boundary from resemblance into something that feels, to the human eye and the human mind, like artistry. Nature does not intend artistry, but it arrives at it, given enough time and enough pressure, with a reliability that is endlessly astonishing. As you lie still in the dark, think about the leaf insect resting among its leaves, perfectly still, perfectly invisible, perfectly itself, not trying, not performing, simply being exactly what millions of years of becoming have shaped it to be. There is a deep and quiet confidence in that, a settled, effortless belonging to the place and the moment and the light. Let that settle over you now, like a leaf resting among leaves, still, invisible, exactly where you should be. Let the quiet hold you gently now. There is a softness to the late hours of the night that is unlike any other time of day. A quality of stillness that seems to have weight and texture, like something you could reach out and touch. The world outside has slowed to almost nothing. The sounds are fewer and further apart. And in this stillness, we are going to think about one of the most ancient and beautiful materials in the world, a material so fine it can be invisible, and so strong it has outlasted empires, a material made, in the most literal sense, from the body of a living creature, produced in darkness, spun from the inside out, thread by patient thread. We are going to think about silk. The story of silk begins in a small, pale, unremarkable caterpillar, the larva of the silk moth, known by its scientific name as Bomix mori, which translates simply as silkworm of the mulberry. The silkworm looks, at first glance, like a fairly ordinary caterpillar. It is soft and cream-colored, with a small brown head and a slightly raised horn at its rear end. And it spends its life doing what caterpillars do, eating leaves, growing larger, molting its skin, and eating more leaves. It eats mulberry leaves, and only mulberry leaves, with a devotion so absolute that over the thousands of years of its domestication by human beings, the silkworm has lost the ability to survive on any other food plant. But when the silkworm is ready to pupate, something extraordinary happens. From two specialized glands in its head, glands that run almost the entire length of its body, the silkworm begins to produce a liquid protein. As this liquid emerges from the silkworm's spinneret, a small opening just below its mouth parts, it is coated in a second protein called sericin, which acts as a natural glue. And on contact with air, it hardens almost instantly into a fine, strong, continuous thread. The silkworm then begins to move its head in a figure-of-8 pattern, laying down this thread in precise, overlapping loops, wrapping it around its own body in a spiral that builds outward layer by layer into the structure we call the cocoon. It takes the silkworm between 2 and 3 days to complete this work. During that time, it lays down a single continuous thread, one thread, unbroken, that can be anywhere from 300 to more than 1,000 meters long, all of it produced from glands inside a caterpillar no longer than a finger. All of it laid down in perfect, patient order in the dark of the cocoon that the thread itself is creating inside the finished cocoon. Suspended in the silk it has made, the silkworm completes its metamorphosis. Its body dissolves and rebuilds, as we explored in an earlier section of tonight's journey. And after 2 to 3 weeks, it emerges as an adult silk moth, small, white, and soft-winged. The adult moth does not feed. It does not fly, having lost that ability through thousands of years of domestication. It mates. The female lays her eggs on mulberry leaves, and within a week or 2, both moths die, having done everything they were built to do. The silkworm has been cultivated by human beings for at least 5,000 years, and by some accounts, much longer. The practice of raising silkworms for their silk is called sericulture, and it began in China, where legend attributes the discovery of silk to a Chinese empress named Lizu, who, the story goes, was sitting beneath a mulberry tree when a cocoon fell into her tea. As she lifted the cocoon from the warm liquid, a thread began to unravel from it. Long, fine, impossibly continuous. And she had the insight to follow the thread and see where it led, whether or not the legend is true. The Chinese guarded the secret of silk production with extraordinary care for thousands of years. The penalty for smuggling silkworm eggs or cocoons out of China was death, and for centuries, the rest of the world imported silk along the great overland trading routes that came to be known as the Silk Road, paying extraordinary prices for a fabric whose origins they could only guess at. The secret eventually reached the wider world. The story goes that in the 6th century, 2 monks traveling in China concealed silkworm eggs in their hollow walking sticks and carried them to the Byzantine Emperor Justinian. The Byzantine silk industry was born. Slowly, over centuries, sericulture spread across Persia, into the Arab world, through Italy and France and Spain, across the oceans to the Americas. Today, silk is produced on every inhabited continent, and China remains by far the largest producer. But the silkworms themselves, those pale, devoted, mulberry leaf-eating caterpillars, are the same creature they have always been, doing the same thing they have always done, spinning their long threads in the dark. Now, silk is also produced by spiders, and spider silk, while it has never been commercially harvested at scale, is in many ways more extraordinary than the silk of the silkworm. A spider does not produce just one type of silk, an orb-weaving spider. The classic garden spider with its geometric circular web produces at least 7 different types of silk from 7 different pairs of silk glands, each type with its own properties, each one serving a specific function. There is dragline silk, the structural thread used to build the frame and radial spokes of the web, which must be strong enough to anchor the whole structure and resist the impact of large flying insects. There is capture silk, the spiral thread that actually traps prey, which must be both strong and sticky and elastic enough to absorb the momentum of a flying insect without breaking. There is silk for wrapping prey, silk for building egg sacs, silk for building attachment discs where the thread meets a hard surface, and silk used simply as a safety line when the spider drops from a height. Each type of silk is a different protein produced in a different gland, and the spider exerts fine control over which gland feeds the spinnerets at any given moment, switching between silk types as the work demands. The spinnerets themselves, small, finger-like appendages at the rear of the spider's abdomen, are extraordinarily precise instruments, able to draw the liquid silk from the glands and spin it into a thread of controlled diameter, pulling it at exactly the right speed to produce the right molecular alignment in the hardening protein. And the properties of spider silk, when you look at them closely, are almost unbelievable. Dragline silk from a garden spider has a tensile strength. The amount of stress it can bear before breaking comparable to high-grade steel, and in some species significantly stronger. But where steel is rigid and brittle under stress, spider silk is elastic, able to stretch to more than twice its original length before breaking, and absorbing the energy of that stretching in a way that makes it extraordinarily resistant to sudden impacts. It is lighter than steel by a factor of more than 5. It is flexible enough to fold without damage. It is biocompatible, meaning the human body does not reject it, which has made it of intense interest to medical researchers hoping to use it for surgical sutures and tissue scaffolding. Scientists have tried for decades to produce spider silk artificially and have made remarkable progress. Inserting spider silk genes into bacteria, into yeast, into goat milk, and into modified silkworms, but have not yet fully replicated the extraordinary properties of the natural material. The spider's spinning process involves subtle changes in acidity, salt concentration, and the sheer forces of the spinneret that alter the structure of the silk protein as it transitions from liquid to solid, producing a final material with a molecular architecture that our most sophisticated manufacturing techniques have not yet learned to copy. The orb web itself, when it is freshly built in the early morning and hung with dew, is one of the most beautiful structures in the natural world. The spider builds it typically in less than an hour, working in the dark, navigating by touch and by the tension of the threads already in place, producing a structure of near-perfect geometric regularity that will catch and hold prey many times its own size. When sunlight catches the dew on the finished web, each drop becomes a tiny lens, refracting the light into a spectrum of color, and the whole structure glows and sparkles in the morning air. A trap dressed as a jewel, built from a material more sophisticated than anything we have yet made in a laboratory, by a creature whose entire body fits on a 2-pence coin. There is a quality to silk, both the silkworms and the spiders, that seems to resonate with something deep in human experience. We have dressed ourselves in it for 5,000 years. We have traded empires for it. We have written about it and painted it and woven it into the fabric of our greatest ceremonies. Something in us recognizes, perhaps instinctively, the extraordinary nature of a material that is made from life itself, produced inside a living body by a process that is part chemistry and part transformation, and part the quiet, patient industry of a small creature doing the one thing it was born to do. As you lie still and let the night grow deeper around you, think for a moment about the silkworm in its cocoon, sealed inside a single continuous thread, 1,000 meters long, that it made from its own body, suspended in silk, dissolving and rebuilding in the warm, smooth dark. Think about the spider's web, dew hung in the early morning, each drop of water a tiny lens full of light. Think about the thread that connects all of this. The ancient, patient, impossibly fine thread that runs from a Chinese empress lowering a cocoon from a mulberry tree into her warm tea. Through 5,000 years of traders and monks and weavers and emperors and morning gardens full of dew, all the way to here, to this moment, to you, warm and still in the quiet dark. The thread continues. Let it carry you gently into sleep. Let the night carry you a little further now. If you are still with us, still hearing these words as words, rather than as a warm current of sound, washing gently through the edges of sleep, then welcome. And if you are somewhere between waking and dreaming, letting the words become shapes and colors rather than meaning, that is equally welcome. There is no wrong way to be here. The only thing that is asked of you is to rest tonight in this section of our journey through the secret life of insects. We are going to think about one of the most beautiful partnerships in the history of life on this planet, a partnership that is older than almost anything we can easily imagine, that has shaped the world we live in more profoundly than almost any other single relationship in nature. And that is happening right now, in fields and gardens and forests all over the world, in a quiet and perpetual exchange of pollen and nectar and color and flight. We are going to think about the relationship between insects and flowers. To understand how extraordinary this relationship is, we need to go back in time, not to the beginning of insects. We have already visited that story 400 million years ago in the deep Devonian. We need to go back to the moment, roughly 140 million years ago, when the first flowering plants appeared on Earth. Before the flowering plants, the world was green and ancient and beautiful in its way, full of ferns and mosses and the great tree-sized relatives of club mosses and horsetails, and later cone-bearing trees that are the ancestors of the pine pines and spruces we know today. These plants reproduced by releasing pollen into the wind, and the wind carried it where it would, a strategy that works. But only if you produce vast quantities of pollen and accept that most of it will be wasted. And then the flowering plants began to do something different. They began to offer a reward. A flower is, at its most fundamental level, a reproductive organ. Its petals, its colors, its scent, its nectar, all of it is in service of a single goal, attracting an animal that will carry pollen from this flower to another flower of the same species, enabling fertilization. The flower is not beautiful for its own sake. It is beautiful because beauty, in the currency of evolution, is the same as useful. If your petals attract more pollinators than your neighbors, your pollen travels further and your seeds are more numerous. And over enough generations, beauty and usefulness become the same thing. The insects were there when the first flowers opened, and the relationship that developed between them over millions of years, each generation of flower and each generation of insect shaping the other through the slow, patient mechanism of natural selection, is one of the most intimate and intricate coevolutionary stories in the history of life. Flowers evolved colors that insects can see, including ultraviolet patterns invisible to us, but vivid to bees and other pollinators, marking the flower with landing guides and nectar directions in a spectrum of light we cannot perceive. Flowers evolved scents tuned precisely to the chemical receptors of their preferred pollinators. Flowers evolved shapes that fit the bodies of their pollinators. Long, deep tubes for the long proboscis of a specific moth. Wide, flat platforms for the broad-footed bumblebee. Tiny, clustered structures for the small, solitary bees that need to work efficiently across large numbers of blooms, and the insects evolved in parallel. Bees developed specialized structures for collecting and carrying pollen. The corbiculae, or pollen baskets, on the hind legs of social bees, where pollen is packed into dense masses of yellow or orange that the bee carries back to the hive. The hairy bodies of many bees plumose hairs that catch and hold pollen grains with extraordinary efficiency, evolved in the context of flowers, refined by millions of years of the same evolutionary pressure that shaped the flowers themselves, the bumblebee's characteristic buzzing, which intensifies when the bee is feeding, produces vibrations at exactly the frequency needed to shake pollen loose from the anthers of certain flowers. A technique called buzz pollination, which some plants depend on so completely that they cannot be successfully pollinated any other way. This is a relationship of mutual benefit, developed over 140 million years, and it is one of the primary reasons the world looks and tastes the way it does. Pollinators contribute to the production of approximately 1/3 of all the food that humans eat. The apples in a bowl of fruit, the coffee in a morning cup, the chocolate in an evening treat, the almonds and blueberries and strawberries and tomatoes and melons. All of them depend, directly or indirectly, on an insect visiting a flower and carrying its pollen onward. A world without insect pollinators would not simply be poorer. It would be, for human beings, very close to unlivable. Most people, when they think of pollinators, think first of the honeybee, and the honeybee is extraordinary, as we have already explored. But the honeybee is, in the global story of pollination, only one player among thousands. Of all the bee species on Earth, and there are estimated to be more than 20,000, fewer than 10% are social bees living in colonies. The other 90% are solitary bees. Bees that live and work alone, each female building her own nest and provisioning it without the help of sisters or workers or a queen. Solitary bees are in many ways even more effective pollinators than honeybees, because solitary bees do not have pollen baskets. They carry pollen on the hairs of their bodies rather than packed into specialized structures. They lose far more pollen as they fly from flower to flower, depositing it on every bloom they visit. This inefficiency, from the bee's perspective, is an advantage for the plant. The loosely carried pollen falls freely onto the stigmas of visited flowers, and cross-pollination rates are high. The mason bees are among the most accomplished of the solitary pollinators. A single red mason bee, working alone for a few weeks in spring, will visit many thousands of flowers, far more than a single honeybee worker, and the pollen transfer rate per visit is dramatically higher in commercial apple orchards. Studies have shown that a relatively small number of mason bees can provide the same level of pollination service as a very much larger number of honeybees. They are extraordinarily efficient workers, quiet and gentle, and entirely unhurried, moving methodically from bloom to bloom in the early spring sunshine, while the honeybee hives are just beginning to warm up. The mining bees dig small tunnels in the earth, provisioning each cell with a ball of pollen and nectar on which a single egg is laid. The leafcutter bees cut precise circular discs from the edges of leaves. You may have noticed the perfectly circular holes in rose or wisteria leaves in a summer garden, and use them to line their nesting cells, rolling each disc into a tight cylinder and sealing the completed cell with a cap of more cut leaf. The wool carder bee harvests plant fibers from the surfaces of fuzzy-leaved plants, carding them into a soft, dense wool, and carrying it back to line her nest with a material as warm and protective as anything a larger animal might choose. Each species of solitary bee has its own nesting habits, its own preferred flowers, its own season of activity, its own particular relationship with its corner of the world. Together, the thousands of solitary bee species form a distributed, resilient, extraordinarily diverse network of pollination services, a network that supports not just agriculture, but the wild plant communities on which all terrestrial ecosystems ultimately depend. And beyond the bees, there are thousands of other insect pollinators going about their quiet work. Hoverflies, which we met earlier in their role as Batesian mimics of wasps, are also important pollinators, visiting flowers for nectar and carrying pollen on their furry bodies. Beetles were among the earliest insect visitors to flowers. Ancient, massive-headed flowers like magnolias evolved long before bees existed and were pollinated by beetles. And some of those relationships persist today, unchanged, 100 million years after they first formed. Moths pollinate night-blooming flowers, drawn by pale petals that reflect moonlight, and by scents that are released only after dark, tuned to the chemical receptors of a creature flying in a world lit only by stars. There are orchids that produce flowers shaped and scented precisely like the female of a specific bee species, fooling the male into attempting to mate with the flower and covering himself in pollen in the process. Pollination achieved not through nectar, but through deception. A trick so refined and so specific that each orchid species fools only a single bee species, and only the male. There are figs that are pollinated by wasps, so small they can enter the fig only through a tiny opening, laying their eggs inside and dying there. Every fig fruit a tiny tomb containing the body of the wasp that made it possible. The relationship between insects and flowers is not a simple one. It is not merely bee lands on flower. Bee collects nectar. Bee leaves with pollen. It is a vast, ancient, multi-layered web of relationships, some mutual, some deceptive, some so precisely specialized that the disappearance of a single bee species would mean the extinction of the plant it alone pollinates. And it underpins almost every terrestrial ecosystem on Earth. The flowering plants and their insect partners diversified together, each driving the evolution of the other, and the result of their 140 million year collaboration is most of the biodiversity that we think of when we think of the living world. The forests, the meadows, the hedgerows, the gardens. All of them are, in a very real sense, the legacy of the relationship between an insect and a flower, played out in pollen and nectar, and color and flight. Generation after generation, since long before anything that looked like a human being had ever walked under these trees. As you rest now, warm and still in the quiet dark, think about a single bee in a summer meadow. The way she moves from flower to flower with kind of calm efficiency that looks, from the outside, like pleasure. The way the pollen gathers on her furry body, yellow and orange and pale cream, catching the light as she moves. The way the flowers lean slightly toward her as she approaches, and lean back as she lifts away, as if they too feel the small gravity of the encounter. Think about all the flowers she has visited today, and all the seeds that will follow from those visits, and all the plants that will grow from those seeds next spring, and all the bees that will visit those flowers forward and forward through time in an unbroken chain of small and beautiful transactions, each one fleeting, each one necessary, each one a tiny link in a thread that stretches back 140 million years. The meadow hums with it, and somewhere in that hum there is a quality of peace so deep and so ancient that it has no name in any human language. Only the sound of bees in flowers on a warm afternoon forever. Let that sound be with you now. Let it carry you gently down. Let the room grow a little quieter now. Let your breath find its own slow pace, in and out, soft and unhurried, like the surface of a still pond on a calm summer morning. There is a particular quality of quiet that belongs to water, to the edge of a lake just before sunrise, to a slow stream moving between banks of grass and rush and overhanging willow. A stillness that is not truly silent, but full of subtle, continuous sound, the gentle movement of water over stones, the soft plop of a fish rising, the distant song of a reed bunting in the bulrushes. And if you are very still and very close to the surface, the almost imperceptible dimpling of the water where something small is walking on it. Tonight we are going to visit the water's edge. We are going to slip into the world of freshwater insects, one of the richest and most varied hidden worlds on Earth, and let its sounds and textures carry us gently towards sleep. Think of a pond, not a large pond, a small one, tucked into a corner of a garden or a field, surrounded by long grass and soft reeds, its surface partly covered with flat, round lily pads, and partly open to the sky. The water is dark and still in the early morning, reflecting the pale light of a sky that is just beginning to warm from gray to gold. And on the surface, moving in those characteristic long gliding strides, is the water strider. The water strider is one of the most elegant insects in the world, not for its appearance, which is modest enough. A slender, dark-bodied insect with 6 long legs spread wide, but for what it does. It walks on water, not metaphorically. Literally, it moves across the surface of the pond with a smooth, skating grace, its legs barely denting the surface, leaving only small circular dimples in the film where each foot rests. The physics that makes this possible is called surface tension. Water molecules are strongly attracted to each other, and at the very surface of the water, at the boundary between the liquid and the air, the molecules have no water neighbors above them, so their bonds with the molecules beside and below them are stronger than usual. This creates a kind of invisible elastic membrane at the surface, a tension that resists being broken by small forces. The water strider exploits this tension with extraordinary precision. Its legs are covered in thousands of microscopic hairs, each one grooved and coated with a water-repelling wax, which together trap tiny pockets of air that cushion the leg against the surface and prevent the water from wetting the leg or pulling it downward. The strider distributes its weight across all 6 legs so that no single point presses hard enough to break the surface film. And the result is a creature that lives at the interface between 2 worlds, not quite in the water, not quite above it, moving through its life on a surface that from below must look like a ceiling of light. There are more than 750 species of water strider worldwide, and they have adapted to a remarkable range of water surfaces. Most live on the still or slow-moving surfaces of ponds, lakes, and slow rivers, but some species live on fast-flowing streams. Their legs adapted to generate grip against a current that would sweep them away. And there is one group of water striders, among the most remarkable insects in the world for the sheer audacity of their habitat choice, that lives on the open ocean, far from any coastline, skating on the surface of the sea itself, thousands of kilometers from land, spending their entire lives on the vast, restless surface of the deep ocean. Now let us look beneath the surface. Because as extraordinary as the insects of the water's surface are, the world below is richer still. The dragonfly larva is one of the great predators of the freshwater world, a creature so effective in its underwater hunting that it has remained essentially unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. Adult dragonflies are among the most ancient of winged insects, and their larvae, which spend their lives in the mud and vegetation of ponds and streams, are ancient in their design, as well robust, armored, patient, and ferociously effective. A dragonfly larva breathes by drawing water into its abdomen across internal gills, extracting the dissolved oxygen, and then expelling the water in a jet that also serves as a means of rapid propulsion. A living jet engine, powering itself through the water in short, explosive bursts when threatened or pursuing prey. Its lower jaw is extended into a hinged, mask-like structure called the labial mask, which folds flat beneath its head when at rest, and can be shot forward at extraordinary speed to seize prey. A small aquatic insect, a water flea, a tadpole, sometimes even a small fish that has wandered too close. A dragonfly larva may spend anywhere from 1 to 5 years in the water, depending on the species, molting its skin repeatedly as it grows, growing slowly larger and more formidable with each passing season. And then, on a warm night or a mild spring morning, something changes. A hormonal tide moves through the larva's body, and it climbs. It moves upward through the water, crawls up the stem of a reed or a rush or a piece of driftwood until it is entirely out of the water for the first time in its life, and it becomes still. And then, in the early morning light, the larval skin splits along the back, and a dragonfly emerges. It pulls itself out of the larval case, slowly, carefully, in stages, and hangs there, damp and soft and pale, its wings folded and wrinkled, pumping fluid into the veins, until the wings expand and harden and dry in the morning air. The whole process takes an hour or more, and during that time, the new dragonfly is entirely defenseless, unable to fly, waiting for the sun to reach it and complete the work of drying and hardening, and then the wings catch the light, and it lifts away into the air, carrying the ghost of its underwater life into a world of flight and sunlight and open sky. The caddisflies are among the most endearing of the freshwater insects, and their larvae are famous for one of the most charming architectural behaviors in the insect world. Caddisfly larvae, which hatch from eggs laid in or near fresh water, construct portable cases for themselves from the materials available on the stream or pond bed. Each species has its own preferred building material and its own characteristic case design. Some build smooth, tapered tubes from grains of sand, cemented together with silk and shaped to exactly the dimensions of the larva's body, so that the larva can withdraw entirely inside the case when threatened. Others build cases from tiny fragments of leaf or stem, arranged in overlapping rows like roof tiles. Others use small snail shells or pieces of twig or flat fragments of stone. The larva carries its case everywhere it goes, dragging it along the stream bed as it grazes on algae and detritus, withdrawing inside and pulling a lid of stone or debris across the opening when danger approaches. It is a mobile home and a suit of armor at once, built from found materials, assembled by an animal with no hands, using nothing but its mouth parts and silk-producing glands, renewed and repaired as it grows throughout the long months of its larval life. The mayflies are perhaps the most poignant of all the freshwater insects, creatures whose adult lives are measured in hours, and whose entire existence is distilled into a single, brief, luminous moment. Mayfly larvae, called nymphs, live in streams and rivers for anywhere from several months to several years, depending on the species, grazing on algae and organic matter, and molting their skins over and over as they slowly develop. They are sensitive creatures, requiring clean, well-oxygenated water, and their presence in a river is one of the most reliable indicators that the water is healthy, a fact that river ecologists rely on when assessing the quality of freshwater habitats. When the time comes, the mayfly nymph rises to the surface and splits its skin one final time, and an adult mayfly emerges into the air. It has 1 or 2 days at most. It does not eat. It has no functional mouth parts. It mates in the air in great dancing, swarms above the water's surface, the males rising and falling in slow, rhythmic pulses, the females flying through the swarm and being seized by males in mid-flight. The females lay their eggs on the water and die. The males die, and within hours of the first adults emerging, the air above the river is full of the spent bodies of 1,000 brief lives, drifting down to the surface of the water to become food for the fish below. The mayfly's adult life is so short that some species do not even have functional digestive systems. There is no point in eating when you have only hours to live. Everything the mayfly needs for its brief moment of adult existence was built during the long, patient years of its larval life. It arrives in the air already complete, already carrying everything it needs, already ready for the one thing it was built to do. There is something deeply moving about the mayfly, about the years of patient preparation for a few hours of flight and sunlight, and the brief, luminous business of continuing the species about the dancing swarms above the water. Each individual's life burning fast and bright for a single afternoon before the dark. It is the most fleeting of lives, and yet, watching the mayflies dance above a river in the long light of a summer evening, it is very difficult to feel that they are missing anything. They are entirely present, entirely purposeful, entirely alive in every fraction of their brief time. They do not know they are dying. They know only the air and the light and the dance as you lie still in the dark. Think about the still surface of the pond, the water strider skating on its invisible membrane, leaving small dimples in the light. Think about the dragonfly larva in the mud below, patient and ancient, waiting for the morning that will be its last in the water and its first in the air. Think about the caddisfly in its case of tiny stones, dragging its careful house along the stream bed in the cold, clear dark. Think about the mayflies rising in their hundreds over the river, dancing in the long golden light of a summer afternoon, entirely alive, entirely present, entirely enough. Let the water be still. Let the surface hold, and let yourself drift into the deep and patient quiet that waits just below. Let the quiet deepen around you now. There is a particular kind of peace that comes from thinking about shelter, about the feeling of being enclosed in something that was made carefully, with purpose, something that keeps the weather out and the warmth in, something that holds its shape against the wind and the rain and the cold of the night. We build our shelters from wood and stone and glass, with tools and plans and the accumulated knowledge of generations. But tonight we are going to think about creatures that build shelters of equal ingenuity from nothing but the materials the world provides them, using only their own bodies and whatever they can find, guided by instincts refined over millions of years, into something that looks, from the outside, very much like architectural genius. We are going to spend some time with the builders. Let us begin with the paper wasps, because their nests are among the most beautiful small structures in nature, and because the material they build from is one of the most elegant inventions in the history of life. Paper. The paper wasps invented it approximately 40 million years before the Chinese. A paper wasp nest begins in spring, when a single fertilized queen emerges from her winter shelter. A crack in bark, a gap behind a shutter, a hollow in a wall, and begins to build entirely alone. She finds a suitable site, the underside of a leaf or a branch, a sheltered overhang, the angle of a porch ceiling. And then she goes in search of wood. Dry, weathered wood, the gray, fibrous surface of an old fence post or a fallen branch, is the raw material. The wasp lands on the wood, braces herself, and scrapes her mandibles back and forth across the surface, collecting a small bundle of wood fibers. She chews these fibers thoroughly, mixing them with saliva, working them in her mouth parts until they form a wet pulp, and then she flies back to her chosen site and applies this pulp to the surface, spreading it with her mandibles into a thin, flat sheet that dries in the air to a crisp, light, flexible material. Paper made from wood fiber and saliva, shaped by the mouth parts of a wasp. The same fundamental process, discovered independently by human paper makers in China thousands of years later, replicated here in miniature by an insect the length of your thumbnail. From this paper, the queen builds her first cells, a small cluster of hexagonal chambers, open at the bottom, suspended from the attachment point by a slender paper stalk. She lays an egg in each cell, seals the opening with more paper, and begins to feed the larvae when they hatch. When the first workers emerge as adults, they take over the building work, and the nest begins to grow. As the colony expands through the summer, the nest is extended cell by cell, layer by layer, and in many species it is enclosed in a multi-layered paper envelope, a structure of concentric sheets of paper with air gaps between them that provide insulation, keeping the interior warm and humid even when the temperature outside drops in the evening. The finished nest of a large common wasp colony by late summer may be the size of a football, containing thousands of cells arranged in horizontal combs, enclosed in a beautifully textured gray-brown paper envelope, marked with the swirling patterns of the different batches of pulp used to build it. There is an experiment that a researcher once conducted, which has become something of a legend in entomological circles. He provided a captive colony of paper wasps with paper of different colors, sheets of colored construction paper, red and blue and yellow and green, and watched what happened. The wasps built from it, as they always build, collecting and chewing and applying their material to the growing nest. And the finished nest, when it was complete, was a swirling patchwork of color, a rainbow spiral of wasp architecture. Each band of color corresponding to a different batch of paper, woven together into a structure of accidental, breathtaking beauty. The wasps had no interest in the color. They were simply building, as they always build. The beauty was a side effect of their industry, invisible to them, visible only to the human observer who had given them colored paper and stood back to watch. Now let us travel to warmer regions, to the vast, sun-baked plains of Africa and Australia, and think about a builder whose ambitions make even the paper wasp look modest. The termite mounds are among the largest structures built by any living creature on Earth, relative to the body size of the builders. A large African termite mound may stand more than 8 meters tall, the equivalent, in terms of the ratio between builder height and structure height, of a human being constructing a building more than 1.5 kilometers high. And unlike our tallest buildings, which require active climate control systems, consuming enormous quantities of energy to remain habitable, a termite mound maintains a near constant internal temperature and humidity entirely through passive engineering, through the shape and arrangement of its walls, tunnels, and ventilation shafts, powered by nothing more than the sun and the thermal properties of the earth. How the termite mound breathes is one of the most elegant engineering solutions in the natural world. The mound is not a solid structure. It is riddled with a network of channels and tunnels, including a large central chimney that runs through the core of the mound, connected to a system of shallow, fluted buttresses on the mound's outer surface. During the day, the sun warms the thin outer buttresses quickly, while the insulated central chimney remains cooler. The warm air in the buttresses rises. The cooler air in the chimney sinks, and a continuous convection current circulates air through the entire mound throughout the daylight hours, exchanging gases and regulating temperature. At night, the system reverses. The buttresses cool rapidly, falling below the temperature of the chimney, and the direction of airflow reverses, driving out the carbon dioxide that has accumulated during the day, and drawing in fresh air from the outside. The mound breathes in during the day and breathes out at night. Or rather, it reverses its breathing rhythm with the fall of darkness, like a vast, passive, living lung set into the earth. This mechanism was so impressive when researchers first described it that architects and engineers began studying termite mounds in earnest, seeking to apply the same principles to human buildings. The Eastgate Center in Harare, Zimbabwe, a large commercial building completed in the 1990s, was explicitly designed on termite mound principles, using a passive ventilation system modeled on the convection currents of the mound to maintain comfortable temperatures without conventional air conditioning, saving enormous amounts of energy. The termites had solved the problem of passive climate control tens of millions of years before human engineers began asking the question. Inside the termite mound, the colony is organized into castes, a system of distinct roles, each one specialized to a specific function, regulated by pheromones produced by the queen and king at the colony's center. The workers, who make up the vast majority of the colony's population, are responsible for foraging, building, and tending the young. They are small and pale and soft-bodied, spending almost their entire lives in the dark tunnels of the mound, never venturing into open air or direct sunlight. The soldiers are larger, with heavily armored heads and powerful mandibles, stationed at the entrances to the mound and along the foraging tunnels, defending the colony against ants, predatory insects, and other threats. And at the center of the mound, in a sealed royal chamber surrounded by workers, the queen and king live out their extraordinary lives. The queen termite is a creature quite unlike anything else in the insect world. Her body, swollen with the reproductive demands of a large colony, becomes so enlarged with eggs that she loses the ability to move independently. She is attended at all times by workers who feed her and carry away her eggs and maintain the conditions of her chamber. She can live for decades. Some African termite queens are believed to live for more than 50 years. And during that time, she may produce tens of millions of eggs, each one tended through to adulthood by her workers, the termite colony is, in a very real sense, a single superorganism. No individual termite can survive alone. The workers cannot reproduce. The queen cannot feed herself. The soldiers cannot build. Only together, in the coordinated mass of their shared existence, do they function as a viable entity. The mound they build is as much a part of this organism as the bodies of its inhabitants, a physical extension of the colony, shaped by millions of years of evolution into an instrument of survival so refined that it challenges the best efforts of human engineers. The mud dauber wasp takes a different and more solitary approach to nest building. She works alone, collecting mud from the banks of streams or puddles, rolling it into small balls, which she carries one at a time to her chosen building site. There she presses each ball of mud against the previous one, working it into a smooth, rounded tube with her mouth parts and front legs, building the nest cell by slow cell. A row of parallel tubes, each one provisioned with a paralyzed spider and a single egg before being sealed with a mud cap. The finished nest, baked hard by the summer sun, is a neat row of parallel cylinders pressed against a wall or a rock face. Functional, precise, and made entirely from earth, shaped by legs and mouth parts, and the patient labor of a single small animal. Think for a moment about all these nests. The paper wasp's gray, swirling envelope, built from wood and spit, hanging in the still air beneath a sheltered eave. The termite mound rising from the sun-baked plain, 8 meters of passive climate engineering, built from earth and saliva by creatures that have never seen a blueprint. The mud dauber's row of smooth clay tubes, sealed with their sleeping cargo against the warm stone of a summer wall. All of them built without plans, without tools, without any individual understanding of the whole, built from the inside out, cell by patient cell, guided by chemistry and instinct, and the slow accumulation of evolutionary wisdom. There is something deeply comforting in these structures, in the idea of a home that is perfectly suited to its occupants, built from exactly what the world around it provides, shaped by nothing more than the needs of the creatures inside. Warm in the cold, cool in the heat, exactly the right size for the life it contains. Let that feeling settle around you now, like the paper walls of a wasp's nest, warm and light, and perfectly fitted to the quiet dark inside. You are in your shelter. The walls are around you. The night is outside, and you are safe within. Rest now. Let yourself sink a little deeper now. The night is at its quietest hour. The world outside has slowed to almost nothing. The traffic long gone. The last lights extinguished. The air still and dark and soft with the particular quality that belongs only to the small hours of the night, when the day feels very far away, and even time seems to have slowed down slightly, as if the world itself were resting. In this quiet, let us travel backward, not just to last summer, or to childhood, or to the deep past of human history, but much further. Let us travel to a time so remote that the continents were in entirely different places. The oceans flowed in different patterns, and the air above the forests was thick and warm and richer in oxygen than anything we breathe today. Let us travel to the ancient world of deep time. We are going to visit the ancestors, the first insects, the great survivors, the creatures that were already old when the dinosaurs were young, that watched the rise and fall of entire worlds without changing, without being lost, without ever ceasing their quiet, purposeful business of living. The insect fossil record is one of the most extraordinary archives in the history of life on Earth. Insects, being small and mostly soft-bodied, might be expected to leave only the faintest traces in the rock. And sometimes they do. But nature has also provided, in certain times and places, a preservation medium of unusual fidelity. Tree resin oozing from the wounds of ancient trees can trap an insect in an instant and then harden over millions of years into amber, the golden, translucent fossil material that has preserved, in extraordinary detail, the bodies of insects that lived alongside the dinosaurs and long before them. Amber is one of the most astonishing things in the natural world. A piece of Baltic amber in your hand may contain, if you are lucky, the perfectly preserved body of an ant, or a fly, or a beetle that lived 40 or 50 million years ago. A creature with its legs intact, its antennae still reaching forward, the hairs on its body still visible under magnification, not a cast or an impression, but the actual body of the insect, dried and sealed inside its golden prison, preserved in 3 dimensions, as if time simply stopped the moment the resin closed over it. Amber has preserved insects in poses of extraordinary intimacy. A parasitic fly caught mid-landing on a beetle, both of them sealed in the same drop of resin. A spider in the act of wrapping its prey in silk, a worker ant carrying a piece of food back to a nest that has long since turned to nothing. In 2025, researchers announced the discovery of 21 insects preserved in amber from Ecuador. The first amber insects ever found in South America, trapped 112 million years ago in the resin of a tree that grew in the ancient supercontinent of Gondwana, when South America and Africa were still joined. These amber windows into deep time show us something both astonishing and, in a quietly humbling way, reassuring. They show us that many insects have changed very little over tens or even hundreds of millions of years. The ant in the Baltic amber looks, under magnification, like an ant you might find in your garden today. The beetle in the Ecuadorian amber is recognizably a beetle. The basic designs, the 6 legs, the divided body, the compound eyes, the segmented antennae, have been refined through millions of years of evolution to a point of such elegant efficiency that further radical change seems almost unnecessary. This is what evolutionary biologists call morphological stasis. The tendency of certain highly successful organisms to remain largely unchanged for extremely long periods of time, because they are already so well fitted to their ecological role that any significant alteration would most likely make them worse at it rather than better. The silverfish is perhaps the most striking example of this ancient constancy. in the insect world. A small, wingless insect, pale and scaly, and moving with a characteristic, quick, wriggling motion that has given it its name. The silverfish belongs to one of the most primitive surviving insect lineages on Earth. Its relatives appear in the fossil record from more than 300 million years ago, essentially identical to the silverfish that today slides behind your bookshelf or along the cool tiles of a bathroom. 300 million years of near-perfect stasis. The silverfish watched the dinosaurs rise and fall. It watched the first mammals, tiny and mouse-like, creep through the undergrowth of the Mesozoic forests. It watched the first flowers bloom and the first bees arrive to visit them. It watched the ice ages come and go. And throughout all of this, the silverfish continued to do what it has always done, moving through dark spaces, eating starches and cellulose, and the dry debris of organic matter, slipping away from anything larger that came near it, breeding quietly in the moisture and warmth that it has always preferred. It did not need to change. It had, from the beginning, arrived at a design so suited to its life that 300 million years of changing world simply washed over it without requiring anything different of it. The cockroach is another creature of extraordinary antiquity. Cockroach-like insects appear in the fossil record from more than 300 million years ago. And while the modern cockroaches we know today are not quite identical to their ancient ancestors, they are close enough that the cockroach's body plan is essentially a carboniferous design, running on a 21st century engine, the broad, flat body that allows them to slip into impossibly thin gaps. The long, sensitive antennae that detect the faintest air currents. The speed and reflexive agility that have made them notoriously difficult to catch. All of these were features of the first cockroaches, refined through millions of years of predator pressure into one of the most durable survival packages in the history of life. And then there is the dragonfly. We have already visited the modern dragonfly in its aquatic larval stage, hunting in the mud of ponds and streams. But the full sweep of dragonfly history is one of the most humbling stories in all of natural history. And it is worth pausing here to let it settle. 300 million years ago, in the vast coal swamp forests of the Carboniferous period, forests of giant tree ferns and towering club mosses, their trunks as wide as houses, their canopies thick with moisture, and the heavy, oxygen-rich air. There flew an insect called Meganeura. It was a dragonfly, not a small one. Meganeura had a wingspan of up to 71 centimeters, wider than the wingspan of many modern birds of prey, and it hunted through the forest canopy, seizing smaller insects and even small amphibians from the air with the same hinged labial strike that its descendants use in ponds today. Meganeura could grow to this extraordinary size, researchers believe, because the Carboniferous atmosphere contained significantly more oxygen than today's. Perhaps 35% oxygen compared to the 21% we breathe now. Insects breathe through a network of tubes called tracheae that carry air directly to the tissues. And in a high oxygen atmosphere, these tubes can be shorter and the insect can be larger. As oxygen levels fell at the end of the Carboniferous, the giant insects shrank, and Meganeura and its relatives eventually disappeared. But the dragonfly lineage did not disappear. It simply became smaller and more refined and continued today's dragonflies, darting over ponds and along riverbanks, their compound eyes wrapping nearly all the way around their heads, their four wings beating independently in a flight system so sophisticated that engineers studying it have found it to be among the most maneuverable in the natural world, are the direct heirs of Meganeura, reduced in size, but unbroken in lineage across 300 million years. 300 million years of dragonflies. The same basic plan, the same hunting strategy, the same compound eyes scanning the air for movement, flying over seas that are now mountains, over forests that are now coal, over a world that has changed entirely around them, while they remained essentially themselves. There is a piece of amber in a collection somewhere, perhaps Baltic amber from the forests of ancient northern Europe, 40 or 50 million years old. That contains inside it a small insect, perfectly preserved, its legs and antennae, and the fine hairs of its body all intact, frozen in the moment of its death as clearly as a photograph, and the insect inside that amber is, in all the ways that matter, the same kind of creature as the insect outside your window tonight, moving through the grass or resting on a leaf or singing its patient song into the warm dark. The thread is unbroken across the coal swamps and the extinction events and the ice ages and the vast geological turnings of the earth. The thread runs back and back and back without a break. From the insect in the amber to the insect in your garden, from Meganeura to the dragonfly over the pond, from the first silverfish in the carboniferous undergrowth to the silverfish slipping along the cool edge of a bathroom tile at 3 in the morning. There is something enormously comforting in that continuity, in the knowledge that the small creatures of the world have endured everything the earth has thrown at them and are still here, still going about their ancient business, still weaving their silk and building their nests and singing their songs and finding their flowers, as they have done without interruption for longer than the mind can easily hold. The world has ended and been reborn many times over, and the insects were there each time, patient, quiet, enduring, just as they are here tonight. Let that deep, deep continuity be a comfort to you. Let the ancient patience of the insect world settle around you like amber, warm and golden, and entirely still. And rest. Breathe slowly now. Let the air move in and out with no effort, no direction, just the quiet and automatic rhythm of a body at rest. The room is dark and still. The night is at its deepest, and in this section of our journey together, we are going to think about light in the dark, not the light of the firefly drifting through the summer air, which we visited earlier in tonight's exploration, but something different, something closer to the ground, something that glows from beneath leaves and inside caves and in the quiet soil of forest floors, hidden from almost everyone who might otherwise see it. We are going to think about the creatures that carry their own light into the dark. We have already spent time with the firefly, that most celebrated of the bioluminescent insects, but the firefly is only one member of a wider, stranger, more various community of glowing insects, creatures that produce cold light for reasons as different as hunting, defense, courtship, and purposes that science has not yet fully understood. Tonight, we are going to visit some of the lesser-known members of this glowing community and let their quiet luminescence illuminate the edges of sleep. Let us begin with the glowworm of Britain and Europe, not the New Zealand glowworm, which we will come to shortly, but the European species known by its scientific name as Lampyris noctiluca, a name that translates simply and perfectly as light bearer of the night. The European glowworm is a beetle. The male is a fairly ordinary-looking small brown beetle, unremarkable in appearance, capable of flight, living a brief adult life in the warm nights of early summer. The female, however, is a creature of extraordinary beauty and extraordinary strangeness. She does not look like a beetle. She has no wings. Her body is soft and segmented, resembling a larva more than an adult insect, and she spends her adult life on the ground, in the grass of chalk downs and woodland edges, doing the one thing she needs to do before her brief adult life ends. She glows. From the underside of the last 3 segments of her abdomen, the female glowworm produces a steady, continuous yellow-green light. Not a flash, not a pulse, but a sustained and unwavering glow that she holds toward the sky. Her body curved slightly to maximize the upward projection of the light. She is calling to the males flying overhead, advertising her presence from the grass below. A small fixed star among the moving points of light that male fireflies are. A steady beacon in the dark. The light is produced by the same fundamental chemistry as the fireflies, luciferin, luciferase, oxygen, cellular energy. But the control mechanism is different, where the firefly flashes by opening and closing the oxygen supply to its lantern. The glowworm's light is on continuously, and she can dim it or extinguish it entirely at will if disturbed on a warm June night in the right habitat. A chalk hillside in southern England may have dozens of female glowworms glowing simultaneously in the grass. A constellation at ground level, steady and patient and green gold, while the moths drift overhead and the bats hunt and the world goes quietly about its ancient business. The railroad worms of North and South America are perhaps the most theatrical of all the bioluminescent insects. The female railroad worm, an adult female of a group of beetles in the family Fangadidae, resembles a large larva throughout her adult life, never developing wings or the hard wing cases of a typical adult beetle along each side of her segmented body. She carries a row of small, pale green light organs, one on each segment, glowing continuously in pairs down her entire length, like the illuminated windows of a train seen from a distance in the dark, which is exactly how she got her name. But the railroad worm has a second light organ that the glowworm does not. A pair of organs at the front of her head that glow not green, but red. She is the only insect known to produce two different colors of bioluminescence simultaneously. The green lights along her sides and the red lights at her head glow together in the darkness of the forest floor. A miniature living lantern of extraordinary strangeness, moving through the leaf litter on a warm tropical night. A creature so unusual that early naturalists who encountered her for the first time struggled to find adequate words for what they were seeing. The red light is believed to serve a warning function, a signal to predators that this creature is chemically defended and unpleasant to eat. The green lights along her sides may serve a similar warning purpose, or they may attract the flying males that will find and mate with her, or both. The railroad worm, in her quiet way, is broadcasting on two channels simultaneously, in two colors, carrying her own light through the dark forest, like a creature from a story. Now let us travel to the other side of the world, to a place where bioluminescence reaches one of its most spectacular expressions anywhere on Earth. Deep inside the limestone cave systems of New Zealand and parts of Australia, in a darkness so complete that the human eye finds nothing at all to work with. The ceilings and walls glow with a soft blue-green light. The light is produced by thousands of small creatures hanging from fine silk threads, each one a small larva, no longer than a finger, glowing steadily from a chemical lantern at the rear of its body. Its silk threads hanging below it like a curtain of fishing lines, each thread studded at intervals with small droplets of sticky mucus. These are the New Zealand glowworms, and despite their name, they are not worms, and they are not beetles. They are the larvae of a species of fungus gnat, a small fly found nowhere else on Earth, known by its scientific name as Arachnicampa luminosa, meaning luminous spiderworm, a name that acknowledges both its spider-like hunting strategy and its otherworldly glow. The glowworm larva builds its silken snare from its rocky ceiling perch, hanging its sticky threads into the dark air of the cave below, and then turns on its light. Small flying insects, drawn instinctively toward the light in the darkness of the cave, fly upward and become entangled in the sticky threads. The larva hauls in its catch, feeds, and resets its trap, glowing all the while a living lure, a lantern, and a hunter all at once. The light produced by Arachnicampa luminosa is a precise blue-green, peaking at a wavelength of 487 nanometers, a color chosen through millions of years of evolution, because it is the color that the small flying insects of New Zealand caves find most irresistible. The larva glows more brightly when it is hungry and dims its light when it has fed and is resting. Using its bioluminescence not as a continuous broadcast, but as a managed resource, spending light only when the return is likely to be worth the energy invested. When the ceiling of a New Zealand cave is covered with thousands of these larvae, each one glowing its steady blue-green point of light, the effect is one of the most extraordinary sights in the natural world. The cave ceiling becomes a sky, a deep, dark canopy of rock scattered with hundreds of cold blue-green stars, each one hung with its curtain of silk and droplets, each one patient and still and waiting. Visitors to the great glowworm caves at Waitomo in New Zealand describe the experience silence as one of the most profoundly peaceful things they have ever encountered. Floating in a boat through the dark silence of a cave beneath a sky of living light. Nothing moving, nothing sounding, just the soft and steady glow of 10,000 small creatures going about their quiet business in the dark. There are also bioluminescent click beetles, members of the family Alateridae, found in the tropical forests of the Americas, whose thorax carries two bright green light organs that glow continuously, and whose abdomen glows orange red when disturbed, creating a startling flash of color that may deter predators. These beetles are capable of a remarkable physical trick that gives their family its name. If turned onto their backs, they can spring upright with a sharp, audible click, using a mechanism involving a spine and a notch on the underside of the thorax that releases like a latch under tension, launching the beetle into the air with enough force to right itself. The click is startling, the light is beautiful, and the beetle goes about its life in the humid forest with an air of complete self-possession. What all of these creatures share: the European glowworm in the chalk grass, the railroad worm in the tropical leaf litter, the cave glowworm on its limestone ceiling, the click beetle in the forest canopy, is a relationship with darkness that is entirely without fear. They do not need the light of the sun. They carry their own. They have learned through millions of years of evolution to be their own source of illumination, to produce from chemistry and cellular energy exactly the color and quality of light that their particular corner of the world requires. There is something in that which speaks quietly to something in us. The idea of carrying your own light, of not needing external brightness to navigate, of finding in the dark that you already have within you exactly what is needed to see and to be seen. The glowworm in the grass does not wait for the sun. The cave larva on its ceiling does not wait for morning. They glow now in the dark, from the inside out, with the particular and unhurried confidence of creatures that have been doing this for a very long time, and know, without knowing, that it is enough. You are in the dark too, right now, warm and still and quiet, and and somewhere inside you, your own quiet chemistry is going about its patient work. Heartbeat and breath, and the slow, restorative processes of sleep that are already, whether you are fully asleep or only drifting, beginning their gentle business of repair and renewal and rest. You do not need to do anything. You do not need to glow. You only need to be here in the soft dark, letting the night do its quiet and ancient work, like the glowworm in the grass, like the cave ceiling full of stars, still and luminous and at rest. Let your eyes stay closed. Let the dark behind them be soft and comfortable, not empty, but full of the particular restfulness that comes when the eyes are no longer doing the work of seeing, and the brain begins to follow them gently into stillness in a little while. In this section of our journey, we are going to think about color, about the extraordinary, varied, almost impossible richness of color in the insect world, but we are going to think about it in a way that does not require you to see anything at all, only to let the images form softly at the edges of the imagination. The way colors appear in the moments between waking and sleep, we are going to spend some time thinking about wings, about the science and the beauty of insect patterns, about what color means in a world of compound eyes and ultraviolet light, and ancient evolutionary pressures that have spent hundreds of millions of years turning the surfaces of wings into something that is, from any angle you care to look at it, art. We have already visited the butterfly wing in some detail. The scales, the pigments, the structural colors of the morpho. But tonight, let us go a little deeper and a little wider, and let the full strangeness of insect color settle over us like light through water. The first thing to understand about insect color is that it serves purposes. Almost nothing in nature is decorative for its own sake, or rather, decoration and function are the same thing, shaped by evolution into a unity so complete that it is impossible to separate the beautiful from the useful. Every pattern on every wing is the answer to a question that natural selection asked over millions of generations. The question was always the same. Does this marking make the insect more likely to survive and reproduce, and the patterns we see today are the ones that, over vast stretches of time, answered yes. The simplest form of insect color pattern is camouflage. The matching of background and surface that we explored in the section on disguise. But even within camouflage, the complexity is remarkable. A moth resting on bark does not simply need to be brown. It needs to be the right shade of brown, with the right texture of pattern, oriented at the right angle, to match the specific bark of the specific tree species it most frequently rests on. Some species of moth have evolved wing patterns so precisely calibrated to a single tree species that they are virtually invisible on that bark, but completely obvious on any other surface. The evolutionary pressure to match one specific background exactly has driven their coloration to a level of specificity that is staggering. And the match is not static. Studies have found that the developing caterpillars of some butterfly species are sensitive to the temperature and humidity of the air around them, and that these environmental cues influence the color pattern of the adult butterfly that eventually emerges in some species. Caterpillars that develop in cooler conditions produce darker adult butterflies. Darker coloring absorbs heat more efficiently, which is useful in a cool environment, while caterpillars developing in warmth produce lighter adults. The butterfly is, in a sense, reading the temperature of its childhood and dressing itself accordingly for its adult life. Then there are the eye spots. Perhaps no feature of insect wing patterns has attracted more study, more speculation, or more genuine wonder than the eye spots that appear on the wings of so many butterflies and moths. An eye spot is exactly what it sounds like: a circular marking, usually composed of concentric rings of different colors, often with a pale or reflective center that looks, to the eye of a predator, like an eye. A very large eye, the eye of something much bigger and much more dangerous than a butterfly. The intimidation value of a large, forward-facing eye is something that many animals appear to find deeply unsettling. sudden revelation of what looks like the gaze of a large predator is enough, in many cases, to make a bird flinch and pause. And a fraction of a second's pause is all the butterfly needs to escape. Some species keep their eye spots hidden at rest, where the wings are closed and the eye spots face inward, invisible. But when threatened, they open their wings suddenly, presenting the predator with a full frontal display of two enormous staring eyes. A startled display, what scientists call deimatic behavior, designed not to deceive, but to shock. The peacock butterfly of European gardens is a master of this technique. Its 4 dramatic eye spots, revealed in a sudden flash of color and contrast, that has been shown in experiments to cause birds to retreat, even when the birds have never encountered a peacock butterfly before. Other species use their eye spots differently. Some butterflies have small eye spots near the tips of their hindwings, positioned, researchers have found, at a distance from the body that is very close to the distance at which a predator would aim its beak if it were trying to intercept the butterfly in flight. The eye spot in these species is a decoy, a false target positioned to attract the predator's strike to the non-vital edge of the wing rather than to the head or thorax. Many butterfly specimens collected from the wild show beak marks or missing wing tips near their eye spots, evidence of attacks that were survived precisely because the predator aimed for the decoy. The eye spot works, in other words, as both shield and lure, an invitation to attack the part of the animal that can afford to be attacked. Now, let us think about iridescence, because this is where insect coloration enters a realm of beauty so strange and so technically remarkable that it feels, when you look at it closely, like science fiction made physical. The jewel beetles of the tropics are among the most spectacular insects in the world. Their wing cases glowing with metallic greens and golds and blues that shift and change as the angle of the light changes, so that a beetle crawling slowly across a leaf seems to carry its own shifting light source within it. These colors are not pigments. They are structural colors produced by the same mechanism produces the morpho butterfly's blue. Interference between light waves reflected from the layers of the beetle's outer surface, constructively reinforcing some wavelengths and canceling others, but the beetle's surface is more complex than the butterflies. Where the butterfly's scale ridges produce a relatively consistent color across the wing, many beetles have their surface layers arranged in different orientations in different regions of the wing case, so that different areas of the surface reflect different colors from the same incident light. The result is that the beetle's wing case shifts through multiple colors simultaneously as it moves, green becoming gold, becoming copper, becoming bronze. A living jewel built from the same protein that makes the beetle's shell hard and protective, shaped by evolution into an optical instrument of astonishing complexity. Why have the jewel beetles evolved such conspicuous, shifting iridescence? This is a question that researchers have debated for some time, and the answer turns out to be both elegant and somewhat counterintuitive. The iridescence may actually function as a form of camouflage, not the camouflage of matching a background, but a different kind. The shifting, unpredictable color change of an iridescent surface may be confusing to a predator, making it difficult to fix on the beetle visually as it moves. Because the color the predator sees keeps changing and does not match any stable search image in the predator's memory, the most conspicuous things in nature are sometimes the hardest to catch. Scientists studying insect wing patterns have found that even fossils can tell us something about the colors of ancient insects. Researchers, using powerful electron microscopes to examine the fossilized wing scales of insects preserved in rocks from the Mesozoic era, have found microscopic ridges and grooves in the scale surfaces, the remains of photonic structures that would have produced structural colors in living insects that died more than 130 million years ago. The ancient insects glowed metallic bronze and gold in the sunlight of a world that has long since changed entirely around them. Their colors are gone, but the structures that made them are still there, recorded in stone, waiting for the microscope that was still 100 million years away. There is something deeply moving about that. About knowing that the rainbow of insect color we see today is not a recent invention, not something that appeared with the flowering plants or the spread of the forests, but an ancient and continuous presence. Metallic beetles glowing in the Mesozoic sunlight, colored wings catching the light of suns that set 130 million years ago. The science of color in the insect world is, in the end, a science of light and surface and time. Of the extraordinary things that can be built, molecule by molecule, in the service of survival, of the way that beauty and function converge, given enough time and enough pressure, into something that transcends both, into patterns that are more than camouflage, more than warning, more than courtship signal, patterns that are, in their strange and ancient way, simply what the insect world looks like when it is fully itself. Think for a moment about a morpho butterfly in a shaft of tropical sunlight. The way its wings seem to generate their own blue light rather than reflecting it. The way the color shifts from brilliant electric blue to almost black as it moves, changing and changing, never quite the same from one moment to the next. Think about a jewel beetle on a leaf, its wing cases running through gold and green and copper in the moving light of a forest afternoon. Think about the sudden startle of a peacock butterfly's eye spots, opening in the late summer garden like two dark and startled eyes. All of this color, all of this pattern, all of this ancient and intricate beauty, carried on wings thinner than a human hair, built from a protein that also makes the beetle's armor and the caterpillar's silk, shaped by hundreds of millions of years of living in a world that is always watching, always selecting, always pushing toward something slightly better than what came before. And now, in the quiet and the dark, all of those wings are folded. The butterflies are resting. The beetles are still. The patterns are hidden in the dark, waiting for morning, for the light that will bring them back to life again. Like you, still and dark and full of color that the night is only keeping safe. Rest now until the morning comes. Let the quiet of the room be complete now. There is a particular quality to being alone in the dark that is different from any other kind of solitude. Not lonely, exactly, not empty, but self-contained. Sufficient, a kind of fullness that comes from having everything you need within reach. No demands from outside. No obligations to anyone but your own resting body. This is a state that many of the insects we are going to meet tonight know very well, better perhaps than almost any other creature on earth, because most insects live alone. We spend a good deal of time when we think about insect life, thinking about the colony, the beehive with its 50,000 workers, the ant city with its millions, the termite mound with its ancient, teeming interior. And these communities are real, and they are extraordinary, and we have spent several sections of tonight's journey exploring them with great pleasure, but they represent only a small fraction of insect life. The vast majority of insect species, the beetles, the moths, the flies, the wasps, the weevils, the grasshoppers, the dragonflies, and thousands more, live out their entire lives entirely alone. No colony, no queen, no sisters, just the individual insect moving through its world with its own purposes, its own needs, its own quiet and self-contained existence. Tonight, we are going to spend some time with the solitary insects, with the wanderers and the independent ones, with the creatures who build alone, hunt alone, raise their young alone, and move through the world in their own singular, unhurried way. Let us begin with the solitary wasps, because their lives contain some of the most extraordinary dramas in the insect world. Dramas played out quietly, without witnesses, in the soil of a summer garden, or the hollow of a weathered post. The majority of wasp species are solitary. Unlike the paper wasps we visited in the section on nest building, whose colonies can number in the thousands, solitary wasps build small nests alone, provision them alone, and never meet the offspring that will emerge from them. Each female is her own entire operation. Architect, hunter, provider, final cause of the next generation, all rolled into one small body with wings. The digger wasps are among the most accomplished of the solitary hunters. A female digger wasp will select a patch of bare soil and excavate a burrow, scraping and biting through the earth with her mandibles, carrying loose soil out grain by grain, shaping the tunnel to her exact specifications, building a small chamber at the end where her eggs will be laid. Then she goes hunting. Different species of digger wasp specialize in different prey. Some hunt caterpillars, some hunt flies, some hunt grasshoppers or crickets or beetles. Some hunt spiders. The prey is always much larger than the wasp herself, and the wasp does not kill it. She stings it with extraordinary precision, targeting specific nerve ganglia in the prey's body with her venom, and paralyses it. The prey remains alive, but motionless, preserved in a state of living suspension that will keep it fresh and nutritious for the wasp larva that will hatch beside it and consume it slowly over the coming days. The wasp carries or drags her paralyzed prey back to the nest. Sometimes a journey of several meters, hauling something several times her own weight across difficult ground, deposits it in the chamber, lays a single egg upon or beside it, and seals the entrance with a carefully placed plug of soil. Then she begins again. Another burrow, another hunt, another paralyzed victim, another egg. She may provision several nests before her brief adult life ends, and she will never see what hatches from any of them. There is something both austere and deeply purposeful about this life. No companionship, no social warmth, no recognition from the offspring she has provisioned so carefully, only the work, repeated until the energy runs out, and then the ending. But within that austerity, there is also a kind of completeness, a life entirely adequate to itself, needing nothing from outside its own determined industry. The oil beetles of Britain and Europe live lives of a quite different solitary character, and their life cycle is one of the most astonishing in the insect world. The female oil beetle, large and soft-bodied, with a swollen abdomen that seems almost too heavy for her to carry, lays her eggs in a small burrow in the soil, sometimes thousands of eggs in a single season, and then dies. The eggs hatch into tiny, hook-legged larvae called triangulins, no larger than a grain of sand, and they climb up grass stems, up flower stalks, up into the open flowers of spring, where they wait. They are waiting for a bee, a specific kind of bee, a solitary mining bee of the right species. When a bee arrives to collect nectar and pollen, the triangulin latches onto the bee's body with its hooked legs and rides away, carried to the bee's underground nest. Once inside the nest, the triangulin drops off, finds the cell containing the bee's egg and its pollen provision, and begins a remarkable series of metamorphic changes, transforming through several completely different larval forms, before finally becoming a fat, sluggish grub that consumes the bee's provision and the bee's egg and pupates in the warmth of the stolen nest. The oil beetle's entire existence depends on landing on exactly the right species of bee, in the right flower, at the right time of year. Thousands of triangulins are produced because most of them will never find their bee and will die waiting on their flower stem. The few that do find the right ride set in motion, one of the strangest and most complex life cycles in nature, a cycle that requires, at its critical moment, a coincidence so precise that it seems more like something from a story than from biology. The great diversity of solitary insect lives is perhaps best illustrated by the weevils, a group so vast and so varied that it constitutes, on its own, one of the largest families of living organisms on Earth. There are nearly 100,000 described species of weevil, making them the most species-rich family in the entire animal kingdom. They live in every habitat on Earth, from tropical rainforests to Arctic tundra, from the surfaces of still ponds to the interiors of living wood. They eat leaves, seeds, stems, bark, roots, fungi, stored grain, and the decaying matter of the forest floor. They are, each species in its own quiet way, a specialist, shaped by evolution to exploit one particular niche in one particular environment, moving through the world with a focus and a specificity that makes each species' life a kind of meditation on the art of being exactly one thing. Very well, the solitary bee, which we met briefly in the section on pollination, lives a life of quiet and methodical industry that is worth spending a moment more with here, unlike the honeybee, who is never alone from the moment she hatches until the moment she dies. The solitary bee, the mason bee, the mining bee, the leafcutter, spends most of her existence in complete independence. Her adult life lasts only a few weeks, and in that time she must mate, find or excavate her nest, forage for enough pollen and nectar to provision each cell, lay her eggs, and seal the completed nest against whatever the season brings. She does all of this alone, moving from flower to nest and back again in the warm days of spring and early summer, navigating by the sun and by landmarks, carrying pollen packed into the hairs of her body, stopping to rest on warm stones in the afternoons, resuming her work when the temperature rises again. There is no one to help her. There is no communication network, no division of labor, no colony intelligence to compensate for her individual limitations. She is entirely reliant on her own instincts, her own navigation, her own energy. And she is, in everything she does, remarkably competent. The nests she builds are precisely sized, precisely provisioned, precisely sealed. The pollen she collects is exactly suited to the nutritional needs of the larvae that will hatch from her eggs. She does not need to learn these things. They are encoded in her biology, available to her, fully formed the moment she needs them. And when her few weeks of adult life are over, she dies in the field or at the entrance to her nest, without ceremony, without witness. Her work complete, the sealed nest remains, tucked into a crack in a wall, or a hollow stem, or a tunnel in dry earth, through the autumn and the winter and the early spring, until the warmth that her larvae have been waiting for finally arrives, and the next generation emerges, each one alone and fully equipped, into the world. This is what most insect life looks like. beneath the famous drama of the colonies. Quiet, solitary, purposeful. A single small creature going about its work in a world that is very large and mostly indifferent, using the tools it was born with, guided by instincts that are older than almost anything else on earth, building its nest, finding its flower, laying its egg, moving through its brief season with a kind of focused, unhurried completeness that contains, if you look at it with soft and generous attention, something very close to grace as you lie still in the dark. Think about the digger wasp hovering over her patch of bare soil in the summer heat, choosing exactly the right spot before she begins to dig. Think about the oil beetle triangulin on its flower stem, tiny and patient, waiting with absolute stillness for the bee that may or may not come. Think about the mason bee making her final flight back to her sealed nest, her work complete, her season done. Think about all the solitary lives being lived tonight, in the soil and the grass and the hollow stems, independent, sufficient, entire. And let your own aloneness in the quiet dark be a comfortable thing, a complete thing, a thing that needs nothing added to it to be exactly what it is. Still, alone and whole, resting. Let the room be very still now. Feel the quiet all the way to the edges of the space around you, the dark beyond the window, the dark above the ceiling, the deep and patient dark of the open sky. The night is full of movement that we cannot see. Winds carrying seeds and spores, and the faint chemical traces of distant flowers, stars wheeling in their ancient patterns above the cloud, and somewhere out there, riding the same night air, the invisible travelers we are going to think about tonight, because some insects migrate. And the migrations of insects are among the most astonishing journeys undertaken by any living creature on this earth. Journeys measured in thousands of kilometers, navigated with instruments we are only beginning to understand, completed by creatures whose brains are smaller than a grain of rice, and whose wings weigh less than a snowflake. Let us begin, as we almost always must when the subject is migration and insects, with the monarch. The monarch butterfly is, in many ways, the most famous migrating insect in the world, and its fame is entirely deserved. Every autumn, as the days shorten and the temperature begins to fall across the forests and meadows of the northeastern United States and southeastern Canada, the monarchs begin to move. They gather first in loose groups, then in larger and larger numbers, and then they begin to fly south and west, millions of them, in a sustained movement that will carry them across the breadth of North America to a destination that most of them have never seen. They are heading for a small area of high-altitude oyamel fir forest in the mountains of the Mexican state of Michoacan, a place of perhaps 12 or 15 small forest patches, each one covering only a few hectares of steep hillside that together provide the overwintering habitat for the entire eastern monarch population. The butterflies will fly between 1,900 and 4,500 kilometers to reach these forests. Some individuals traveling more than 400 kilometers in a single day on favorable winds. And here is the part that makes the monarch migration truly extraordinary. The butterflies making the southward journey in autumn have never been to Mexico before. They are the great-grandchildren or the great-great-grandchildren of the butterflies that left Mexico the previous spring. The spring and summer generations live only a few weeks each. The autumn generation, the one that makes the southward migration, is physiologically different, living for 8 or 9 months rather than weeks, and it finds its way to a forest it has never seen, using a navigation system that it has never used before, following a route that no individual butterfly has ever personally traveled. The navigation system of the monarch is one of the most sophisticated in the insect world. The butterflies use the sun as a compass, measuring its position in the sky relative to the time of day, correcting for the sun's movement from east to west across the sky, maintaining a consistent southwesterly heading regardless of the time. This requires both a visual compass and an internal clock, and the monarch has both. The clock is located partly in its antennae, which contain light-sensitive cells that track the passage of the day and allow the butterfly to compensate for the sun's movement with remarkable precision. The monarch also appears to use the Earth's magnetic field as a backup navigation cue on overcast days when the sun is not visible, and the combination of sun compass and magnetic compass, encoded in a nervous system so small that the entire brain fits comfortably inside a raindrop, is sufficient to guide the butterfly from any point in eastern North America to a forest patch in Mexico with a consistency and reliability that astonishes every researcher who studies it. In the Mexican forests, the monarchs rest. They cluster in such numbers on the oyamel fir trees that the branches bend under their weight. Millions of butterflies hanging still and close together, their wings closed, their metabolisms slowed, conserving the energy they will need for the journey north in spring. On warm winter days, they open their wings and flutter briefly, drinking moisture from streams and puddles, then settle again. The forest hums with the collective sound of their wings, a sound that visitors describe as resembling very distant applause or the soft rush of a stream. And the trees are so densely covered that they appear, from a short distance, to be entirely orange. In spring, the monarchs rouse and begin to move north, stopping to breed on the first milkweed plants they encounter and dying. Their offspring continue north, breeding on milkweed further north still. Their offspring's offspring continue northward again. By summer, the fourth or fifth generation of the year has reached the northern meadows and forests where the cycle began. And by late summer, the generation that will make the southward journey is emerging from its chrysalises, carrying in its antennae and its nervous system the complete navigation system for a journey of 4,000 kilometers to a forest it has never seen. The monarch migration is a relay race run across 4 generations, with the map encoded not in memory, but in biology, passed forward from parent to offspring, not through learning, but through genetics. A navigation system written into the DNA, reproduced perfectly in every individual of every generation, specific enough to guide a butterfly to a particular cluster of trees on a particular hillside in a mountain range in Mexico. Now let us travel to a different continent and a quite different migration story. The painted lady butterfly holds the record for the longest known butterfly migration in the world. A single painted lady butterfly traveling from Europe to sub-Saharan Africa in autumn may cover more than 4,000 kilometers, crossing mountain ranges and the Mediterranean Sea and the Sahara Desert on wings that weigh a fraction of a gram, and the full annual circuit of the painted lady population. A multi-generational migration that spans from tropical Africa northward through Europe and sometimes beyond the Arctic Circle, and then back south again, covers a round trip of more than 13,000 kilometers. 13,000 kilometers. A round trip from Africa to the Arctic and back, completed across 6 successive generations of butterflies, each one born somewhere along the route, and flying only a portion of the total journey, none of them ever experiencing the whole. The painted lady that hatches in Europe in May has no idea it is part of a migration that began in sub-Saharan Africa in March. It simply responds to the cues around it. The lengthening days, the warming temperatures, the available food plants, and flies in the direction those cues suggest. And 6 generations later, a butterfly in sub-Saharan Africa is responding to the cues of the African autumn, and the cycle begins again. And then there are the bogong moths of Australia, night-flying insects that undertake one of the most remarkable navigational feats in the natural world. Each spring, billions of bogong moths hatch from pupae in the lowland plains of southeastern Australia and fly south and east, crossing hundreds of kilometers of unfamiliar terrain at night to reach the same caves and rock crevices high in the Australian Alps, where their parents and grandparents spent the summer before them. Each cave contains millions of moths resting through the summer heat. A dense, brown, rustling carpet covering every surface, waiting for the autumn cool that will allow them to fly back to the lowlands to breed. The moths have never been to these caves before. They are navigating to a destination encoded not in memory, but in instinct, using a navigation system that researchers have only very recently begun to understand. Studies published in the last few years have revealed something extraordinary. The bogong moth navigates partly by the stars. Specifically, it uses the pattern of the Milky Way as a directional cue. Its brain containing neurons that respond specifically to the visual pattern of the starry sky and encode direction by comparing that pattern to an internal compass. The bogong moth navigates by the stars. A moth with a brain the size of a grain of rice, flying through the dark over mountains it has never crossed, guided by the Milky Way. These migration stories, the monarch to its mountain forest, the painted lady across the Sahara, the bogong moth under its river of stars, share a quality that is difficult to name, but impossible to miss. It is the quality of purposeful movement across vast distances, guided by something older and deeper than memory, toward a destination that has meaning only at the level of the species and not the individual. Each butterfly, each moth, is following an instruction written in its cells by millions of years of evolution, moving toward something it has never seen and cannot, in any conscious sense, want. And yet it arrives, generation after generation, across continents and oceans, through storms and cold, and the indifferent vast dark of the open sky. It arrives. There is a quality in that arrival, that faithful, biologically encoded arrival at the right place at the right time, that feels, from the outside, like faith, not faith as a conscious act, but faith as a structural property, a trust built into the body itself, a certainty that the destination exists, even though it has never been seen. Outside tonight, somewhere in the dark, there are insects in motion. There are monarchs making their way through the warm nights of the migration season. There are moths orienting themselves by starlight above landscapes they have never crossed. There are painted ladies riding wind currents sea, covering 100 kilometers in a single night, guided by cues so subtle and so ancient that we have only just learned to name them. All of them moving, all of them arriving, all of them faithful to a journey writ into the deepest levels of their biology. And here you are entirely still, not moving, not navigating, arrived already at the only destination that matters right now, which is here and rest and the quiet dark. You do not need to journey anywhere tonight. The monarchs will carry on without you. Let yourself be still, and let the night carry you gently and deeply down. Let your breathing slow a little more now. In and out, soft and easy. No effort at all, just the quiet automation of a body that knows how to breathe without being asked. You have been breathing like this all your life, through every sleeping hour, through every dreaming night, and the body is very good at it. Trust it. Let it carry on without you. Tonight, we are going to walk into a forest, not any particular forest, a composite one, assembled from the best qualities of forests everywhere. The light comes through the canopy in long, diagonal shafts, soft and green, and shifting with the movement of leaves far above. The ground is deep with fallen leaves, and the soft mat of accumulated years, rich smelling and dark and alive with the processes of decay and renewal that are the forest's slowest and most fundamental work. The trees are old and varied, oak and beech and ash and pine, and the silver-gray pillars of birches near the edge where the light is stronger. And in every direction, in every layer of this forest, from the highest canopy to the deepest root zone, there are insects, not visible, most of them, not making themselves known, but present in their billions, doing the work that keeps the forest alive. We are going to spend some time thinking about what that work is, about the quiet, enormous, invisible contribution that insects make to the life of a woodland. Not as pollinators, though they do that too, but as decomposers, as engineers, as the patient processors through which the material of dead things is returned to the soil and made available again to the living. The forest is, above everything, a cycle. Trees grow from soil, drawing mineral nutrients upward through their roots and building them into wood and bark and leaf and seed. Leaves fall, branches fall, trees die and fall, slowly or quickly, in storms or in old age, or in the patient grip of disease. And all of this fallen material, all this accumulated structure, this carbon and nitrogen and phosphorus and calcium that the forest spent decades assembling into living wood, must be returned to the soil for the cycle to continue, for the next generation of trees to have what they need. Insects are the primary agents of that return. The bark beetles are among the first to arrive at a dying or recently fallen tree. These small, cylindrical beetles, some no larger than a sesame seed, land on the bark, feel their way along the surface with their antennae until they find the right combination of chemical signals, and then begin to bore. They drill through the bark and into the soft tissue just beneath it, the cambium, where the tree's living transport system runs, and there they excavate galleries, branching tunnels in which they lay their eggs. The larvae hatch and eat the cambium, each one chewing its own expanding tunnel outward from the main gallery, leaving behind a pattern of radiating channels that looks, when the bark is peeled away, like a leaf pressed in stone. A complex, branching record of the beetle's passage through the wood. The bark beetles kill the tree or accelerate its dying, and in doing so, they create something essential. Deadwood, the standing dead tree, the fallen log, the rotting stump, is one of the most important habitats in the forest. A single large fallen oak can be home to more than 1,000 species of invertebrate, fungus, lichen, and moss over the course of its decades-long decomposition. The bark beetles are not destroying the forest. They are beginning the process of renewal, opening the dead tree to the succession of organisms that will, over years and decades, return its substance to the soil. After the bark beetles come the wood-boring beetles, larger, slower, more powerful insects whose larvae spend years inside the dead wood, chewing through the harder heartwood that the bark beetles cannot reach. Stag beetle larvae may spend 3 or more years inside a rotting log, consuming wood softened by fungi, growing slowly and steadily in the dark interior of the fallen tree. The tunnels they leave behind open the wood to air and moisture, and the spores of more fungi, accelerating the softening and breakdown of the remaining structure. The log slowly becomes less wood and more soil, its sharp edges softening, its surface furred with moss and bracket fungi, sinking gradually into the ground as the boundary between the dead tree and the living earth becomes progressively less distinct. Globally, insects account for nearly 30% of all deadwood decomposition in tropical forests, and significant proportions in temperate forests as well. Without them, fallen trees would accumulate on the forest floor far more slowly, and the return of their nutrients to the soil, a process that takes decades, even with insect help, would take much longer still. The forest cycle would slow. The soil would become poorer. The next generation of trees would have less to work with. The leaf litter insects complete a parallel process at the surface every autumn in a temperate deciduous forest. The canopy releases billions of leaves to the ground, a layer that can be 30 centimeters deep in some forests, containing a staggering quantity of carbon and minerals locked in the complex molecular structure of cellulose and lignin. Breaking this structure down into forms that soil microorganisms can process, and that plant roots can absorb, requires physical fragmentation. The shredding of whole leaves into small pieces that expose more surface area to microbial attack. Insects do this work. Springtails, tiny, primitive six-legged animals that hop by releasing a forked appendage under their abdomen, move through the leaf litter in their billions, chewing on the surfaces of decaying leaves, grazing on fungal threads, processing the organic matter of the forest floor in a slow, perpetual, invisible industry that churns through hundreds of tons of leaf material per hectare per year. Millipedes and woodlice and beetle larvae and countless fly larvae join this work, each one consuming organic matter excreting it in a partially broken down form that is more accessible to the microorganisms below, building up the dark, crumbly, mineral-rich material we call humus, the foundation of fertile soil. The humble dung beetles extend this service into the realm of animal waste. A fallen deer, a pile of droppings, a dead bird on the forest floor. All of these become, almost instantly, a site of intense insect activity. The dung beetles arrive first at large deposits of animal dung, rolling and burying it with their characteristic determination, incorporating it into the soil before its nutrients can be lost to the air or to rain. Burying beetles, striking insects, black with bands of orange, equipped with an extraordinary sense of smell for the chemical signals of decay. Locate the bodies of small animals within minutes of death. Excavate the soil beneath them and bury the body entirely underground, where they provision it as a food source for their larvae. The body disappears within days, its substance returned to the soil, the forest floor unmarked by its passing. All of this decomposition work, the bark beetles in the dead wood, the springtails in the leaf litter, the dung beetles in the soil, is also carbon work. Forests are among the most important carbon stores on Earth, and the rate at which dead wood and leaf litter are decomposed determines how much carbon remains locked in the forest and how much is released back to the atmosphere. Insects regulate this rate directly through their feeding, and indirectly through their influence on the fungal and microbial communities that do the final chemical work of breaking down complex organic molecules. They are, in this sense, one of the primary mechanisms through which the forest participates in the global carbon cycle, through which the ancient relationship between trees and air is maintained and moderated. The insects of the forest canopy play their own distinct roles. The caterpillars of hundreds of moth and butterfly species feeding on leaves, processing leaf material through their bodies, and returning it to the forest floor as frass, a form of predigested organic matter that is extraordinarily valuable to to the soil organisms below. A large oak tree in a British forest may support more than 200 species of moth and butterfly caterpillars, along with hundreds of species of beetles, flies, bugs, and other insects. A community of such diversity and such complexity that ecologists have spent careers studying a single tree without exhausting its secrets. And from this canopy insect community comes food. The food that sustains the birds and the bats and the small mammals and the other insects that together make up the vertebrate life of the forest. The blue tit flying through the oak canopy in spring, feeding its nestlings almost entirely on caterpillars, is the visible, warm-blooded tip of an invisible, cold-blooded mountain of insect abundance. Remove the insects, and the forest does not simply lose its decomposers and its pollinators. It loses its entire food web, the energy pathway that moves nutrition from leaf to caterpillar, to bird to hawk, from root to beetle grub to woodpecker to pine marten, round and round through the living architecture of the wood. The forest is, in the most literal sense, built from insects up. The soil they create, the trees those soils support, the birds and mammals those trees feed, all of it rests on the patient, invisible, ceaseless industry of creatures. Most forest visitors never think about as they walk beneath the canopy, listening to the bird song and feeling the cool green air, and thinking that the forest is made of trees. The trees are the visible part. The insects are the engine. As you lie still in the dark tonight, think about the forest floor, the deep, soft mat of leaves, the pale threads of fungus running through it like a network of fine wool, the springtails moving through the dark spaces between leaf and soil. Too small to see, think about the beetle larva inside its fallen log, working slowly through the soft wood in the warmth of the interior, unhurried, purposeful, doing the work of centuries. Think about the slow, patient, ancient work of returning things to the soil, of the great cycle of growth and decay and growth again that the forest has been turning in its quiet way since before the first human being stood beneath a tree and looked up at the canopy first time, the feeling that we still call wonder. The forest breathes. The insects turn the wheel. And in the dark, in the deep and generous soil, the work goes quietly on. Rest with the forest tonight. Let its slow patience be your own. The night is very deep now. You have come a long way with us tonight, through meadows and forests, and caves and canopies, through the deep past, and the open ocean, and the starlit sky above migrating moths, and wherever you are right now, awake or drifting, following the words or floating on the sound of them. This is exactly the right place to be. There is nowhere else to go tonight. There is nothing to do. Only this, the dark and the quiet, and the slow and generous rhythm of a body that is remembering how to rest. And the section we are entering now is perhaps the most fitting of all the sections we have visited tonight, because tonight we are going to think about waiting, about the art of staying still inside a sealed and quiet space while the world outside changes, about the extraordinary biological wisdom of pausing, of withdrawing, of committing fully to a period of stillness before the next thing begins. We are going to think about the moth, about the cocoon, about the long and patient art of diapause. There are approximately 160,000 described species of moth in the world, and scientists believe the true number may be much higher. They range in size from the tiny nepticulid moths, whose wingspan can be less than 3 millimeters, to the great atlas moth of Southeast Asia, whose wings can span more than 25 centimeters. They live on every continent except Antarctica, in every habitat from tropical rainforest to Arctic tundra, to urban garden to deep desert. Most of them are nocturnal. Between 75 and 85% of all moths fly only at night. They are the creatures of the dark hours, the night shift of the pollinator world, visiting flowers that the daytime insects have left behind, pale flowers that reflect moonlight, flowers that release their fragrance only after dark, flowers that have evolved specifically in partnership with the moths that visit them while the rest of us sleep. The moths are working, moving from bloom to bloom in the dark, drinking nectar, carrying pollen, fulfilling the same essential function as their daytime counterparts, but in a world of dew and shadow, and the soft gray light of stars, the moth finds its way through the dark by many means. Its antennae in many species are large and feathery, broad, comb-like structures that maximize the surface area available for detecting the chemical signals drifting through the night air. The male silk moth can detect a single molecule of the female's pheromone from several kilometers away, following the chemical gradient upwind through the dark with an olfactory precision that surpasses any instrument we have built. Some moths navigate by the moon, using it as a distant reference point in the same way that daytime insects use the sun. And many moths have developed ears, usually on the thorax or abdomen, that are tuned specifically to the ultrasonic frequencies of echolocating bats, giving them a fraction of a second of warning before a bat arrives. A moth hearing the approaching bat will fold its wings and drop, falling straight down through the air in a sudden plummeting evasion that the bat's echolocation, calibrated for a flying target, may fail to follow. Some moths spiral, some loop, some, in the final fraction of a second before contact, produce a burst of ultrasonic clicks from a structure on their thorax that seems to jam the bat's sonar, or to warn the bat that this particular moth is chemically defended and unpleasant to eat. The night air is full of this conversation between moth and bat. A rapid, ultrasonic exchange of threat and counter-threat, invisible and inaudible to us, played out in the dark above our rooftops and gardens every warm night of the year. But it is not the moth's night flying or its remarkable sensory apparatus that we want to rest with most deeply tonight. It is the other part of the moth's life, the earlier part, the waiting part inside a silken cocoon in the dark of winter or the warmth of summer. The pupa waits. The cocoon in the moth's life is different from the chrysalis of the butterfly. It is an outer shelter, spun from silk by the final instar caterpillar before it pupates. A protective wrapping around the pupa inside. Some moth cocoons are woven from pure silk, tight and smooth and strong. Others incorporate leaves, or bits of bark, or fragments of soil, or the caterpillar's own shed hairs, woven into the silk to create a layered, textured, camouflaged case that blends into whatever surface it rests on. Some are attached to bark. Some are buried in soil. Some are tucked into rolled leaves or hidden in the hollow stems of plants. Each species constructs its case differently to a design as characteristic and consistent as the species' own wing pattern. Inside the cocoon, the pupa neither moves nor feeds. It simply waits. Its metabolic rate drops to a fraction of its active level. Its heartbeat slows. Its body temperature falls to match the temperature of the air around it and within it at a molecular level. The extraordinary transformation of metamorphosis is proceeding, but slowly, carefully, at a pace governed by temperature and light, and the internal chemistry of the developing insect rather than by any external urgency. Most moth pupae spend between 5 and 21 days in this state before emerging as adults. But some, in particularly challenging environments, remain in the pupal stage for much longer. Desert moth species have been recorded spending up to 3 years inside their cocoons, waiting for rain, their development suspended at the pupal stage by a state of deep dormancy called diapause, which can be maintained almost indefinitely as long as the conditions that triggered it persist. 3 years of waiting, sealed in silk, in the dry dark beneath the desert soil, for the rains that will bring the plants that will feed the caterpillars of the next generation. Diapause is one of the most extraordinary survival strategies in the natural world. It is a state of suspended development, not quite sleep, not quite death, something in between, in which all non-essential biological processes slow to the minimum needed to maintain viability. Many insects enter diapause as pupae, but others pause at different life stages. Some as eggs, sealed against the winter in a waterproof coating, some as larvae resting in the soil, some as adults hibernating in bark or leaf litter or the cool dark of a cave. During diapause, the insect cells replace much of their water content with glycerol, a substance similar to the antifreeze we put in car engines, which prevents the formation of ice crystals inside the cells even when the temperature drops well below zero. The insect can become, in effect, partially frozen, its metabolism reduced almost to nothing, its body suspended in a state of crystalline cold that would kill almost any other creature. And when the temperature rises again, and the days lengthen, and the chemical signals of spring move through the soil and the bark and the sealed case of the cocoon, the dormancy lifts. The glycerol is converted back to water. The metabolism resumes. Development recommences from exactly the point at which it paused. The insect does not experience the intervening winter. It enters dormancy in autumn, and it exits dormancy in spring. And between those two moments, there is nothing, not darkness, not cold, not the passage of time, just the seamless gap between one moment of biological activity and the next, months or years later, with winter edited out entirely. This is a form of patience so absolute and so complete that it transcends what we normally mean by the word. A human being waiting for spring feels the cold and the darkness and the length of the days. The pupa in its cocoon feels nothing. It simply is not there in any meaningful sense for the duration of the wait, and then it is there again in the warmth, beginning the next phase of its existence as if no time had passed at all. There are moths emerging tonight from cocoons in which they have spent the winter sealed and still, somewhere in the bark of an old tree or the deep leaf litter of a hedge bank or the soil of a garden bed. A pupa is becoming aware. In whatever sense a pupa can be aware of warmth and lengthening light, the glycerol is shifting back to water. The heartbeat is quickening. The transformation that was paused in the cold is resuming its work. And in a few days or weeks, something that entered its case as a caterpillar will come cut its way out into a world of warm air and flowers, and the soft dark of summer nights. Think about that threshold, the moment of emergence, the silk splitting, the legs finding their way out, the wings unfolding and hardening and drying in the night air. The first opening of wings that have never been opened before, the first movement into a world that the pupa, inside its sealed case, had no way of knowing or imagining. There is something in that threshold, that moment of emergence after a long, dark, patient waiting, that speaks deeply to something in the human experience, the sense that periods of stillness and withdrawal are not lost time, but necessary time, that the winter inside the cocoon is as essential to the moth as the summer flight, that the long, sealed, quiet waiting is itself a form of preparation, of becoming ready cell by cell and molecule by molecule for what comes next. You are in your own kind of cocoon tonight, warm and sealed and still. The world outside is continuing as it always continues, without requiring anything of you. And inside this stillness, the quiet biology of sleep is doing its own patient, essential work, consolidating memory, repairing tissue, restoring the chemical balances that the day has disturbed, preparing you for whatever comes after. You do not need to hurry this. You do not need to emerge before you are ready. The cocoon is exactly the right place to be. Warm, sealed, still. Let the silk of sleep hold you gently. Let the winter of the night do its quiet and necessary work. Let your awareness rest very gently now, not reaching outward, not searching for anything, simply resting, like a hand laid open and still on a smooth surface, receiving whatever arrives without grasping for it. The words will continue to come softly, and you can hold them as lightly as you like. You might be close to sleep. You might have been close to sleep for some time. This is entirely right. Let the words be a surface you float on rather than a current you swim against. Let them carry you wherever they carry you. Tonight, in this section of our journey, we are going to think about smallness, about the extraordinary things that happen at the very edge of what is visible, at the threshold between the insect world truly microscopic. About what it means that some of the most complex, most purposeful, most fully realized lives in nature are being lived at scales so small that they exist. For most of us, in a world we cannot see, we are going to spend some time with the smallest of the small. Close your eyes a little more. Let the room shrink around you. And now let it shrink further, smaller and smaller, until it is no longer a room, but a single drop of dew resting on a single blade of grass in the earliest light of a summer morning. This is the world we are entering. A world measured not in meters, but in tenths and hundredths of a millimeter. A world full of life. The fairy wasps are the smallest winged insects in the world, and they are almost impossibly small. Most species are less than 1 millimeter long, smaller than the full stop at the end of this sentence. If you could imagine that full stop having legs and wings and antennae, and the ability to navigate, hunt, and reproduce with complete effectiveness, the smallest known species, a fairy wasp called kikikihuna, a Hawaiian name meaning tiny bit, measures only 0.16 millimeters in length. It is, in terms of absolute size, one of the smallest animals with a nervous system anywhere on Earth. And yet the fairy wasp is not a simple creature. It is a fully articulated insect with all 6 legs, with compound eyes, with antennae, with wings. And the wings are extraordinary because at the scale of the fairy wasp, the conventional wing does not work. At such small sizes, the air is so viscous relative to the insect's size that flapping a solid wing surface would be like trying to swim through syrup. So the fairy wasp's wings are not solid surfaces at all. They are rows of bristles, long, slender, hair-like structures arranged in parallel rows along a central vein, each bristle fringed with even finer bristles, so that the wing is more like a tiny feather than a membrane at the fairy wasp's scale. This bristled structure traps enough air between its hairs to function as an effective lifting surface. And the fairy wasp flies, really flies, with control and direction and purpose. On its feathered, wings through a world where a grain of sand is a boulder, and a drop of dew is an ocean. The fairy wasp's purpose in this miniature world is to find the eggs of other insects. The female searches through leaf litter and soil and the surfaces of plants, following chemical signals too faint for any instrument we possess to detect, until she locates an egg, the egg of a fly, or a beetle, or a bug, or another small insect. She then lays her own egg inside it, or sometimes swims inside it. Some fairy wasp species actually dive into standing water and swim, using their wings as paddles to reach the eggs of aquatic insects laid underwater. Her larva hatches inside the host egg, consuming its contents from within, and emerges as an adult through a tiny hole in the egg surface. The fairy wasp is a wasp in the same order as bees and hornets, with the same essential biology, the same evolutionary heritage, the same ancestral body plan, simply miniaturized over millions of years of evolutionary pressure to a scale so small that it exists below the threshold of what the naked human eye can reliably detect. Everything that makes a wasp is present and functional in this creature that is smaller than the eye of a needle. The springtails are another group that inhabit this threshold world, and they are among the most abundant animals on Earth. In a single square meter of healthy garden soil, there may be 100,000 springtails, tiny, pale, soft-bodied creatures between 1/4 of a millimeter and 6 millimeters long, moving through the spaces between soil particles in their billions, grazing on fungal threads and bacteria, and decaying organic matter, playing one of the most essential roles in the health of the soil ecosystem. The springtail gets its name from a remarkable structure on its abdomen, a forked appendage called the furcula, which is folded forward and held in tension against the body by a small clasp. When the clasp releases, the furcula snaps downward against the ground with explosive force, launching the springtail into the air far faster than any predator can follow. The jump is entirely ballistic. The springtail has no control over where it lands, but it is fast, and it is unpredictable. And for a creature of the springtail's size, a jump of several centimeters is an enormous distance. A fleeing springtail is, from the perspective of a pursuing mite or small beetle, simply gone here one moment and then vanished, reappearing somewhere unpredictable and far away. Springtails have no wings and cannot fly. They have been on Earth for more than 400 million years, longer than most insect groups. And in that time, they have not developed wings because they do not need them. They live in the soil and the leaf litter and the surfaces of mosses. And in these environments, the furcula serves them perfectly. They are among the oldest of all six-legged animals, and in their ancient, wingless, microscopic way, they have outlasted almost everything. The thrips are another group of tiny insects, mostly between 0.5 millimeter and 2 millimeters long, that live in flowers and on leaves and in the soil, and are so small and so ubiquitous that most people move through an entire life without consciously registering that they exist. There are about 5,000 described species of thrips, and they can be found on almost every plant species in almost every part of the world. Their wings, like the fairy wasps, are not solid surfaces, but fringed structures, elongated rods bordered with long hairs, that function at the small scales where thrips operate. Some thrips are pollinators, spending their days inside flowers and inadvertently carrying pollen from bloom to bloom. Some are predators of other tiny insects and mites, hunting through leaf surfaces for prey smaller than themselves. Most feed on plant cells, puncturing individual cells with their mouth parts and drinking the contents. A feeding method so delicate that a single thrips can work its way across a leaf surface, leaving behind a trail of stippled silver damage. Each silver spot a collapsed and emptied cell, the work of creatures too small to see, written in silver on the surface of a leaf. At the very edge of the insect world, at the frontier where insect life shades into the truly microscopic, the complexity and the purposefulness do not diminish, they continue. The fairy wasp navigates and hunts, and lays its eggs with the same directedness as the eagle hunting above a mountain valley. The springtail maintains its underground world with the same essential vitality as the largest mammal. The thrips in the flower is as fully alive, as fully present in its moment as any creature that has ever existed. Size, it turns out, is not a measure of the depth or the completeness of a life. It is simply a dimension, and in the insect world, the depth of life is the same at 0.16 millimeters as it is at the 25 centimeters of the atlas moth's wingspan. The same essential aliveness, the same ancient drive toward continuation, the same extraordinary molecular machinery of reproduction and growth and sensation and response, just arranged differently, scaled differently, calibrated to a different world. When you look at a patch of soil, or a single flower, or the surface of a leaf on a warm day, the world you are looking at is more densely inhabited than any city. Every gram of healthy soil contains hundreds of thousands of springtails alone, along with millions of mites, billions of bacteria, and an uncountable community of other microscopic lives, all of them going about their business in a world we cannot see. The ground beneath your feet is not empty. It is full, more full than almost anywhere else on earth, of small, purposeful, ancient lives. And at the very smallest end of that fullness, at the edge where life becomes too small to see, where wings are made of bristles and ears are redundant, because the world is too small for sound to carry, there is still complexity, still purpose, still the extraordinary, ancient, patient fact of living. Think about all of this now as you drift. The fairy wasp swimming through a drop of water toward an egg smaller than a grain of pollen. The springtails moving through the dark spaces of the soil beneath the garden, each one tending its own tiny portion of the cycle of return. The thrips inside the closed petals of a flower that has not yet opened, waiting for morning, small and quiet and dark and entirely complete, like you here now in the warm and gentle dark, still, small, complete, resting. The night is very nearly complete now, We have been traveling together for a long time through the insect world, through forests and ponds and caves, and the deep past, through silk and sound and light, and the patient art of waiting. And here we are, in the final hours of the night, in the deepest dark, before the first pale suggestion of dawn. The world outside is as quiet as it will ever be. The air has that still, cool, slightly charged quality that belongs to the hours between 2 and 4 in the morning. The hours when even the night creatures are at their most subdued, when the boundary between sleep and waking is at its thinnest, when the mind, if it is allowed to rest, settles toward the deep and restoring sleep it has been seeking all night. This section is for that deepening. We are going to think very gently and very slowly about the night itself, about what the darkness is like for the insects that live in it, about the extraordinary sensory world that nocturnal insects inhabit, a world lit by stars and moon, and the polarized light of the sky, full of chemical signals and ultrasonic calls, and the faint electrical signatures of flowers, a world that is not dark at all, once you have the right eyes to see it. And we are going to let that world carry us, slowly and completely, into sleep. Begin with the moths. They are always the right place to begin in the nocturnal insect world. Somewhere outside tonight, if the season is warm, moths are flying, not the blundering, lamp-seeking moths of our windows and porches, though those are real enough, and we will come to them. But the moths moving freely through the open dark, following scent trails, navigating by the light of stars, moving from flower to flower in the garden, or along the hedgerow in the lane, doing the quiet, essential work of the night shift with a calm and purposeful skill that is entirely invisible to us. The nocturnal moth has eyes adapted to gather the last traces of available light with an efficiency that far exceeds our own night vision. The individual lenses of its compound eye are significantly larger relative to the eye's overall size than in a daytime insect. Each lends a wider aperture, gathering more photons per unit of time, and inside the eye, a mirror-like layer called the tapetum reflects incoming light back through the photoreceptors a second time, giving each photon 2 chances to trigger a visual signal. The result is an eye so sensitive that a moth can navigate, orient itself, and find flowers in light conditions that would leave a human being completely blind. And the moth does not just detect brightness in the dark, it detects color. Certain species of hawk moth have been shown to discriminate between different colored flowers in light conditions equivalent to a moonless, overcast night. Levels of illumination so low that human color vision fails entirely. The moth's ability to see color in near darkness may help it identify its preferred flowers and avoid wasting energy on species that offer little or no nectar, even when those flowers are essentially indistinguishable to any human eye in the same light. The moth navigates by the moon, maintaining a fixed angle to its light, a strategy that works well when the source of light is far away and essentially fixed. But that breaks down entirely when the moon is replaced by a closer, artificial source. The familiar spiral path of a moth around a lamp is the result of the moth's ancient navigation system applied to a reference point that, unlike the moon, grows larger in angle as the moth approaches, triggering a continuous course correction that curves the moth's path into an ever-tightening spiral. The moth is not attracted to the lamp. It is doing its best to navigate by a moon that suddenly, impossibly, is getting larger. It is a system built for a world without artificial light, encountering the one situation for which it has no solution. But in the darkness beyond the lamp, in the open field, in the woodland, under the stars, the same system works with extraordinary precision. A moth following a pheromone trail upwind on a still night is navigating simultaneously by the chemical gradient in the air, by the pattern of polarized light in the sky, by the position of the moon, if it is visible, and by landmarks on the horizon. A multimodal navigation system of remarkable redundancy and reliability, all running in a brain the size of a grain of salt. The dung beetle, though not a night flyer in the way that moths are, through the darkness of the moonless night with a navigation system that is, of all the insect navigation stories we have encountered tonight, perhaps the one most quietly astonishing, the dung beetle's challenge, is a specific one. Having found a pile of dung, having shaped a portion of it into a ball, which may be many times larger than the beetle itself, the beetle must roll its ball away from the dung pile as quickly and as directly as possible before other dung beetles arrive to steal it. The crucial thing is to roll in a straight line. Any curve or spiral will waste time and energy, and the beetle will end up circling back toward the pile rather than escaping from it. So the beetle must navigate, must maintain a consistent heading, even over rough terrain, even in the dark, even when it cannot see where it is going, because it is walking backward, pushing the ball with its hind legs on nights when the moon is visible. The dung beetle orients to the moon, maintaining its heading by keeping the moon at a consistent angle to its body. On moonless nights, which might be expected to leave the beetle navigationally helpless, researchers discovered something extraordinary. The beetles could still navigate in straight lines. They were using the stars. Specifically, they were using the Milky Way. Researchers in South Africa confirmed this by testing beetles in a planetarium where the projected sky could be controlled with precision under a full starlit sky. The beetles navigated accurately. When the individual stars were dimmed and only the bright band of the Milky Way remained visible, the beetles navigated just as well when the sky was completely darkened. They could not maintain a straight course and wandered in circles. The dung beetle, rolling its ball of dung across the dark African plain, navigates by the light of the galaxy. It takes a snapshot of the Milky Way, the pale, uneven stripe of light that stretches across the sky, stores it in its tiny brain, and uses the remembered image as a compass, maintaining its heading relative to that galactic landmark as it rolls. It does not use individual stars. It does not need to. The Milky Way itself, the accumulated light of hundreds of billions of suns, is a bright enough landmark for a beetle's eye to register. beetle's brain to use as a compass needle, the dung beetle navigates by the galaxy. Let that settle into you for a moment. A beetle, rolling a ball of dung under the stars, using the light of 100 billion suns to find its way home. The night sky that we look up at when we go out into the dark and tip our heads back and feel the familiar small shock of the infinite. That sky is not only ours. The moths are in it, the bogong moths, as we saw earlier, are reading the pattern of the stars on their migration. The dung beetles are reading the Milky Way on the plain. The navigating insects of 1,000 species are each finding, in the pattern of light above them, the cues they need to move through their world with confidence and direction. We are not alone under the stars. We never were. The night that holds us also holds them. The moths spiraling through the dark hedgerow. The beetles rolling their loads under the galactic light. The crickets singing in the grass. The springtails turning in the soil. The cave glowworms hanging their silk threads in the dark of their limestone ceiling. The dragonfly nymph waiting in the mud of the pond. The silkworm sealed in its 1,000 meters of thread. The monarch roosting in its mountain forest. Wings folded, metabolism slowed, already carrying inside it the map of a journey it has not yet begun, all of them in the dark, all of them at rest, or nearly at rest, or doing the slow and patient work of the night that looks, from the outside, very much like resting. And you here, in your own dark, warm and still, and very nearly as deeply present in the night as any of them, the cricket's song, if you can hear it or can imagine it, is the sound of the night being itself, the sound of a world that knows how to rest, the sound that has been here on warm nights like this one for 300 million years, patient and clear, and carrying in its simplicity something that no human language has ever quite managed to say. The night is good. The dark is safe. The world is doing exactly what it should be doing at this hour. And so are you. Let the stars turn overhead, each one steady and indifferent and ancient and calm. Let the moths fly through your darkness. Let the galaxies navigate the beetles across your sleep. And let yourself go now completely into the deep and generous rest that has been here, waiting for you all along. The night holds everything. It holds you too. Something is changing at the edge of the dark. Not yet light, not quite, but the quality of the darkness has shifted, the way the air shifts slightly before rain, a suggestion of something coming, a softening at the horizon that is not yet color, but is the promise of color, the memory of color, the idea of color beginning to stir in the dark, like a sleeper turning before waking. You may have slept through some of tonight's journey, perhaps most of it, perhaps all of it. And these words are coming to you now from the edge of a very light and easy sleep. The way sounds sometimes reach the dreaming mind and become part of the dream. Gentle, nearby, real, without being intrusive. If that is where you are, stay there. Let the words continue around you, soft as the air in this room, quiet as the space between one breath and the next. We are approaching the end of our night together, and fittingly, we are going to spend this last section at the threshold between night and day, at the edge of dawn, watching the insect world begin, very slowly and very softly, to wake. The pre-dawn world has a quality unlike any other time. The darkness is still present, but it has lost its depth. The sky above the trees is no longer black, but a very deep, very soft blue-gray. And in that blue-gray, the stars are beginning to dim at the horizon, while the zenith above still holds them clearly. The air is cool, often the coolest it will be all day, and it is very still. The night winds have died, and the day winds have not yet begun, and there is a brief and perfect stillness that belongs entirely to this hour and to no other. In this stillness, the insects are beginning to stir. The first to respond to the approaching light are often the beetles, certain species of ground beetle, which have spent the night hunting through the leaf litter and the soft soil at the margins of paths and fields, begin to slow their activity in the final hour of darkness and move toward their daytime shelters under flat stones, beneath the loose bark of fallen logs, into the dense base of tussock grasses, where they will spend the daylight hours others resting. Their work is done. The night's hunting is complete. They fold themselves into the dark and close and cool of their shelters with an economy of movement that looks, if you happen to be watching in the pre-dawn light, very much like going to bed. The moths, which have been flying since shortly after dark, begin to find their resting places. The way a moth at rest is itself a kind of art. The wings folded precisely against the body, the antennae laid flat, the entire insect positioned and oriented on its resting surface to be as invisible as possible, a gray moth on gray bark, a brown moth on brown leaf litter, a pale moth among pale lichens on a pale stone wall. They press themselves flat, adjust the angle of their wings to minimize shadow, and become still, so still that the eye moves over them as easily as it moves over the surface they are resting on, and finds nothing there. The bat passes on the other side of the hedge, its echolocation sweeping the air one last time for any remaining moths in flight. It finds very few. The moths are already down, already still, already in the invisibility of their resting. The bat turns toward its own roost and disappears into a gap in the gable of an old building where the mortar has crumbled away, and the bat colony shuffles and settles in the dark of the roof space and becomes very quiet. And then, before any other sound, before even the first bird call of the pre-dawn chorus, the crickets are still singing. They have been singing all night through the warm darkness, through the deep quiet of the small hours, through the long, patient time between midnight and dawn. And now, as the sky begins its slow change, their song continues. It will not stop until the temperature drops enough in the coming autumn to silence them. But it will slow slightly as the pre-dawn cool reaches its lowest point. The individual chirps coming fractionally further apart, the song fractionally less urgent. The crickets themselves responding to the chemistry of their cold-blooded bodies in their slow and unconscious way. The cricket's song at pre-dawn in the last of the dark is one of the most peaceful sounds in the world. Patient and rhythmic and entirely without urgency. It has been here all night. It will be here until morning, and somewhere in its steady, ancient frequency, there is a quality of reassurance, the reassurance of continuity, of something that has not changed and does not need to change, of a world that is still after everything itself as the sky continues to lighten, the blue-gray deepening to something warmer at the horizon, the first suggestion of color appearing in the east, the first bee of the day emerges from her nest. She is a bumblebee queen, large and slow and heavy with the cold of the night, crawling from the entrance of the underground nest and moving to a flat stone nearby that faces east, where the first direct sunlight will reach it. She spreads her wings and orients her body perpendicular to the approaching sun, maximizing the surface area exposed to the warming light, and she waits, not impatiently, not urgently, simply with the complete and utter patience of a cold-blooded animal that knows exactly what is required and has learned through the long evolution of her kind to wait for it without resistance. As the sun touches the stone, the queen's flight muscles begin to warm. She can shiver her thorax, vibrating the muscles rapidly without moving her wings to generate heat metabolically. And she does this now. The fine hairs of her thorax trapping the heat against her body as the shivering warms the flight muscles from within. It takes several minutes. She is not in a hurry. And then, when the muscles are warm enough, and the sun is bright enough, and the flowers in the garden below are just beginning to open, she lifts away. The first flight of the day, slow at first, then finding her rhythm, her large body moving with surprising grace through the cool air of the early morning, heading for the first flowers she has marked from previous days, the ones that will be open now, the ones that will have nectar ready. The day is beginning. Now, the hoverflies begin to emerge from their own resting places. The beetles that are active in daylight start to appear from under their stones, their wing cases gleaming with the dew they have collected in the night. The first butterflies find south-facing surfaces and open their wings to the warming sun, their dark wing bases absorbing heat with the same efficiency as the bumblebee queen on her stone. The white butterfly, newly emerged from its chrysalis perhaps only yesterday, sits motionless on a bramble leaf with its wings spread wide, waiting for the sun to give it what it needs to fly. In the pond at the edge of the garden, the surface is briefly still in the first light. The water strider resting at the margin, waiting for the warmth that will bring the activity of insects on which it feeds below the surface. The dragonfly larva is already hunting in the gray light that filters through the water, unmoved by the changes happening above. It has been hunting all night, and it will hunt all day, patient and unchanging, waiting for the morning that will eventually be its last in the water. The wood begins to fill with sound. The first bird, a robin, almost certainly, singing from the high point of a dead branch at the edge of the trees, sends its clear, liquid song into the pre-dawn air, and within minutes others are joining, each one adding its voice to the dawn chorus. That is one of the most beautiful things that happens anywhere on earth on any given morning. When the season is right, the birds are singing, and below their song, the crickets are still singing. And below the crickets, there is the subsonic hum of the world itself, the movement of air through grasses, the settling of dew on leaves, the sound of so many small creatures beginning so many small days. The light is reaching the canopy now. The oak tree at the edge of the wood is catching the first horizontal rays, its upper branches glowing gold, while its lower trunk is still in shadow. And in the canopy, the caterpillars that have been feeding through the night are slowing, drawing back toward the undersides of leaves, or into the shelter of rolled leaf edges, seeking the invisibility that will protect them from the birds now beginning to move through the branches. A painted lady butterfly, which has been roosting on the stem of a thistle since before midnight, begins to move. She opens and closes her wings slowly, once, twice, as if testing them. The colors on their upper surface, which were invisible in the dark, catch the first real light of the day and become vivid, orange and black, and the intricate white spotting at the wing tips, warm and immediate immediate and alive. She is one of a generation that will, when the season is right, begin the long migration south, crossing mountains and a sea and a desert on wings that weigh less than a breath of air. But that journey is still weeks away, and this morning there are flowers and warmth and the long, beautiful fact of being alive in the early summer. She lifts from the thistle and is gone into the brightening air toward the flowers at the far end of the garden. And here we are, at the end of our night together. The darkness through which we have been traveling has become this, the gentle gold of a summer morning beginning, the dew on the grass, the bird song building toward its full chorus, the insects waking all around us, each one taking up its own particular thread in the vast and intricate tapestry of the day. We have visited so many of them tonight. The firefly and the cricket and the monarch butterfly and the silkworm in its cocoon, the dragonfly emerging from the water into the air, the dung beetle under the Milky Way, the fairy wasp smaller than a full stop, navigating a world of dewdrops, the moth resting on its bark, invisible and still, the bumblebee warming her flight muscles in the first rays of the sun, each one alive, each one ancient and purposeful and complete, each one part of a story that has been telling itself without interruption for 400 million years. You are part of that story too, not in the way the insects are. You are something different and newer, and in many ways stranger. But you are made of the same elements, warmed by the same sun, breathing the same air that the first insects breathed when they took their first flights over the ancient coal swamp forests of the Carboniferous. The world that holds them holds you. The night that has carried us through all these hours holds you still. And now the morning is coming. The light is real. The birds are singing. And you can rest here at the edge of dawn for as long as you need. There is no hurry. The morning will wait. The sun will be warm when you are ready for it. The flowers will be open. The world will be exactly as it should be, tended quietly by its 10 quintillion small inhabitants, buzzing and spinning and weaving and building and singing in the long, golden, unhurried light, sleep a little longer if you can, or let the sounds of the waking world accompany the last soft edges of your rest. The insects are awake. The day is beginning, and all is well. And so we arrive here together at the quiet end of our long night. If you have been with us since the beginning, since the very first words of this journey, when we stepped together into the world of insects and began to look, really look, at the extraordinary lives being lived all around us, then you have traveled a very long way tonight through forests and ponds and caves and cocoons, through the deep past and the open sky, through silk and sound and color and the patient, ancient dark. And if you arrived somewhere in the middle, or drifted in and out, or heard only fragments and soft shapes of sound between long stretches of sleep, then you have also traveled far in your own way. Sleep is its own journey. The dreaming mind goes to places the waking mind cannot reach. And whatever you found there tonight, in the warm dark behind your closed eyes, was exactly the right journey for you. We want to leave you with something soft to carry into the morning. Not a fact exactly, not a piece of information to remember and file away. Something quieter than that. A feeling, perhaps. An image somewhere right now in a meadow or a garden or at the edge of a wood or on the warm stones of a sun-facing wall. There is a bumblebee sitting completely still in the early morning light. Her wings are spread. Her eyes are dark and round. The fine hairs on her thorax are gathering the warmth of the first sun. She is not thinking. She is not planning. She is simply receiving, taking in the light and the warmth that will give her, in a few minutes, the ability to fly and to work and to continue the 10 million year conversation between her kind and the flowers they have tended through all of recorded time and long before it, and all around her, in the grass and the soil and the water and the air. 10 quintillion other small lives are going about their own particular mornings. The ant navigating home with the memory of landmarks stored in her extraordinary visual brain. The orb weaver checking her dew-hung web with the delicate assessment of a violinist checking her strings. The dragonfly nymph in the mud below the surface of the pond, patient as stone, waiting for what will come to it, the monarch, roosting still in its mountain forest on the other side of the world, wings folded, carrying inside it the map of a journey no individual has ever made before. All of them here, all of them ancient, all of them going about the business of being alive with a quiet and complete efficiency that requires nothing from us except, perhaps, the willingness to notice. This is what we hope you take away from our night together, if you take anything at all, not the names of species or the mechanisms of bioluminescence or the physics of surface tension or the chemistry of silk. All of those things are wonderful, and we hope some of them have settled somewhere comfortable in your mind to surface on some future afternoon when you see a spider's web in the morning or a bee warming herself on a stone. But more than any of that, we hope you take the feeling of the cricket's song, the feeling of lying still in the warm dark, while something ancient and patient and entirely self-sufficient sings its slow, clear song into the night air. Not for you, not for anyone, but simply because that is what crickets do and have done for 300 million years and will continue to do long after everything that now troubles us has been resolved or forgotten or dissolved back into the patient earth. The world is very old. The insects are very old, and they are still here, going about their ancient and beautiful work in the grass and the water and the air and the soil, in every country and every season and every hour of every day and night. That continuity is a comfort if you let it be. The thought that the world has survived everything it has encountered, the mass extinctions and the ice ages and the volcanic winters and all the slow geological turnings of 4 billion years, and that through all of it the small creatures have endured, not by being the strongest or the largest or the most aggressive, but by being adaptable and patient and enormously, inexhaustibly various. There are always more of them. There are always new strategies, new forms, new solutions to the endless problem of staying alive in a changing world. The insect world does not give up. finds a way, and in its finding, it keeps the rest of life going. The flowers pollinated, the dead wood returned to soil, the food web fed from the bottom up, the great cycle turning as it has always turned. You are part of that turning too. You breathe the oxygen that the plants produce, and the plants produce it because the insects pollinate them, and the insects pollinate them because the flowers offer nectar, and the flowers offer nectar because millions of years ago, a small flying creature landed on a bloom and changed everything. You are connected by that long and unbroken chain to every flower that has ever opened and every bee that has ever visited it, all the way back to the first flower on the first warm morning of the Cretaceous, when everything was just beginning. That is a long way to travel in a single night. Sleep well. The bumblebee is warming on her stone. The cricket is singing. The silk of the cocoon is holding the thing that is becoming quietly in the warm dark, and morning is here and gentle and full of the small and ancient and endlessly patient world. This is Sleepy Facts with Justin. We will be here again whenever you need us, whenever the night is long and the mind needs somewhere quiet to rest. Whenever the world feels too fast and you need to remember that somewhere in the grass outside, something very small and very ancient is going about its business with complete and unhurried calm. Good night.